time to quick march the country forward onto a new mental platform that would prepare us for the future? Well, my wish list for what we would address would include the following: the diversification of the Barbadian economy. And it's not that attempts have not been made to position our economy onto new platforms so that we can build out our trade footprint. And to do that, there are two things that must happen. We must diversify the products, because after 15 years, the top 10 products exported by Barbados are still the same. It means that new products have not come through. There's not been growth in existing products to take that dominant space. And therefore, we have to diversify the range of products. Otherwise, the economy will continue to remain fragile every time there's an exogenous shock. The second thing that has to be diversified are the markets that you sell in. Because if you have a narrow set of markets in which to function, anything happening in those particular economies, you get cat-spraddled. So diversifying that is important. Now, how do we get there? This is a whole country exercise, because it's going to take government, it's going to take business, and it's going to take labor for us to sit down together and understand what it is we need to achieve and the role each person has to play. And it certainly will call for every ministry in this government to play a critical role. So this afternoon, I want to share what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, what is our role in helping to support the efforts that we have put in place in order to diversify the economy of Barbados. Now, some $77 million has been voted for Ministry of Foreign Affairs to assist us. And we've done some work in terms of looking at how we can deconstruct and reconstruct what it is we need to do to give better support to our trade efforts. In the Division of Foreign Trade, my job is to lead the team which defends our trade, which supports our export, that ensures that we are compliant with our international obligations, and to be able to defend our trade against those who would try to snatch it away from us. And so this is a job that we do quietly. You don't often hear of the projects that we're onto, but this afternoon I want to take the opportunity to so share. And one of the things that would have challenged our economy was the exit of the UK from the European EPA. And it was important for us to secure this market. Now, what has happened because of the loss of sugar from the European market, our trade with the UK has dwindled all the way down to about 13 million in goods. We do a lot in terms of services because they're our main tourism partner, but in terms of goods, we sell very little. But we needed to make sure that we preserved the economic partnership agreement so that we can then go and work with Ministry of Industry. We can work with Ministry of Agriculture, etc., so that we can look at what can we do to get more of the UK market. And so I'm happy to report that one of the organs in which we sit and work on behalf of Barbados is within the Commonwealth, and we lead on the regulatory framework. But in the business-to-business framework, they actually had a meeting late last year in which not only the Ministry of Foreign Trade, but the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Industry were able to sit and to be able to discuss ways in which we can take our products and move them into the market of the UK. So we work to preserve that space for Barbadian products and services. Now, along with that, we would have had a threat in relation to the loss of our US trade with SABERA, where the Caribbean Basin Initiative, which would allow us to be able to trade and get duty-free access for some goods. And about $45 million of goods goes in via that particular route. And we were able to defend that space by ensuring that we worked on helping Barbados to be more compliant so that we could preserve the jobs that are important there. Now, policy space is another area in which the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade negotiates to ensure that Barbados can do the things that our ministries wish to do. And to pull an example that would be extremely current would be the issue of the medical marijuana as well as the renewable energy program. Mr. Speaker, Barbados is determined at the center of our policy is how we are going to help the broad masses of Barbadians, the average Barbadian, participate in their economy where they can earn and where they can own and develop assets and wealth. And therefore, the plan that has been outlined by the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Energy about Barbadian participation, a minimum of at least 30% of any foreign direct investment in those two industries, Barbadians must be able to participate at a minimum. They can do more. Why? Because we're seeking to empower the Barbadian. But for us to be able to do that, it was imperative that Barbados did not commit to, in its undertakings under the TRIMS project, which would be the trade-related investment measures that is governed by the WTO. It was important that we should not have signed away our right to be able to ask for local input in investment, because generally the WTO seeks to strip away those types of things so that investors are not hampered by any demands from the country in which they wish to invest. So Barbados had not signed that particular part or agreed to that particular part of the investment measures, and therefore we were able to ensure that we could pursue a policy where Barbadians could invest at least up to 30% in either of those two industries. And that would have been negotiated some time ago. What is on the table now that we're currently dealing with is the investment facilitation agreement. And one of the things is when you're dealing with the big countries who are trying to pry open the doors to benefit their enterprises, it is important to be able to understand the language and ensure that you do not sign off or agree to language that is now going to disadvantage your enterprises vis-a-vis the foreign direct investor, but to try to create a space that works for both. And this is what we have been working on. This is what we have been seeking to do so that our plans for inclusion can go forward. So there's a strong supporting role that we play in helping the economy to be diversified. For example, all of us know about the blacklisting. I want to give kudos to the Ministry of International Business for the excellent work they've been doing in trying to defend us against blacklisting. What we do in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade is to act as backup to that process, that in the other international arenas we keep pressing for the fact that we need to have a new body, a new tax body, that is able to agree to fair terms in regards to tax and having equitable tax policies in every single country. And two of the areas in which we've had to put up quite a fight, and it took some doing, was in relation, for example, Mr. Speaker, in the UNCTAD conference, because Barbados is going to be the chair for 4 years. The work program of UNCTAD, what the Secretariat will focus its energies on, we're now in negotiations in various arenas in order to be able to say what should be the focus. And Barbados has insisted that blacklisting must be included. And we've done that, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that many times other countries who also have an interest in it may not speak up for fear of what will happen, fear of the pressure. But I can support our officials because what we've said to them is hold the line, do not back down. We must ensure that there's discussion and work on the issue of blacklisting. And it came down to the wire, both in UNCTAD and also came down to the wire in the post-Cotonou agreement, when one of the few areas that were left to be agreed on One of them was the blacklisting, and Barbados hung in there until we got the language we wanted accepted in the UNCTAD paper, and to get as close as possible to what we wanted in the post-Cotonou agreement. And these are the ways in which we seek to support what is happening here nationally in order to create the space that Barbados can earn its foreign exchange. It can create good paying jobs for its graduates in the financial services sector, and produce the necessary government revenues that will help us to provide the social services which our people so desperately need. So there is a renewed vigor, Mr. Speaker, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade to accelerate what we're doing in terms of our support for trade. So in the recent press conference held by the minister from the other house, you would have heard about the opening of new embassies, and he would have outlined that these are strategic, the areas that we've selected in Africa, the Middle East, Latin America, etc. And we've also chosen persons who have that orientation towards commerce to help us give greater emphasis to how we promote the products and services of Barbados in these new arenas. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are 4 new frontiers of potential wealth that will take the world economy to a new level. And it is important, if we're going to diversify the economy, that Barbados is able to develop enterprises that can enter those particular realms. And the 4 would be in terms of environment, because with environment, there's a whole new set of industries now that have to emerge to be able to create environmentally friendly products, to go about things in an environmentally friendly way. And therefore, the way how we've done televisions or disposed of television bodies, the way in which we have produced our furniture, the processes that we use in terms of fuel, we have to be able to change those and come up with new products. And what does this mean? It means, sir, that the economy has to have an emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We've now got to bring forward a generation of Barbadians who are good in those subjects and can use those to begin to innovate so that we can develop products, or we can work in the global value chains connected with those products that will allow us to build out enterprises and good jobs for Barbadians. This is what will help to take us in the future. Therefore, you will hear when the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast speaks about what will be happening in education. You'll see the connection and thread between diversification of the economy and being able to respond to the new opportunities within the environmental revolution. And that also includes looking at the digital economies, so that robotics and coding now will become important. Health and wellness, renewable energy, and also the businesses that can emerge from out of the blue economy. But sir, in order for us to be able to participate in those, it's important to secure the resources that will allow us and enable us to not only provide the training, but to support the businesses that will seek to emerge, that they can begin to work in the areas of health and wellness and renewable energy and earn for Barbados. And within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, one of the tasks that is assigned to us is to assist the government in sourcing funding from external sources that then can be utilized by the Ministry of Econ Affairs and the Ministry of Finance to be able to support a lot of the initiatives that you see here. And in seeking to do that work, one of the things we were able to succeed in doing was to complete the negotiations of the post-Cotonou agreement. And our CARIFORUM teams, which would be all of CARICOM plus the DR, we would have negotiated with the EU to be able to complete the new Cotonou agreement that would last for another 20 years. Now, one of the difficulties that we experienced in these negotiations, sir, is that the EU has shifted its focus significantly to Africa, and it has sought to change the way in which it goes about funding. So rather than a pot that is exclusively for the ACP regions to help us take advantage of the economic partnership, they decided that what they wanted to do was to put all their funding mechanisms together and all their funding programs together in what they call the NDK initiative. And sir, this was of concern to us. Why? Because 26 billion of the euro would go to Africa, and Barbados and CARICOM and CARIFORUM, we would only have a pot of 4 billion, which we have to share with Latin America. Now, sir, there are about 33 countries in Latin America. There are 15 in CARICOM, and DR would make it 16. Sir, that's a lot of countries just to share $4 billion. So we recognize that Barbados and CARICOM would be at a severe disadvantage in terms of getting funding. And while at first there was a reluctance in the negotiations, our officials had to fight and persuade and to share and to insist and to ask that consideration be given to ensure that there is a carve out within the 4 billion that will be put aside especially for the CARIFORUM countries, so that we could be sure that the resources would not be eaten up by the other countries who would be seen as more needy than we would be, simply because we have been titled as middle income countries. That was one of the last battles that we were fighting with the EU. And I'm pleased to let the country know, and you, sir, that we were able to get an 800 million euro carve out for CARIFORUM countries from within the 4 billion pot that was put for Latin America and CARIFORUM. And sir, this means a lot to our region. And what I want to do is to share what are some of the things we'll be able to do under the new agreement with that 800 million. Barbados actually led the negotiations when it came to the area of economic development. And I must congratulate our ambassador for the excellent job that she did in leading the CARIFORUM team on that area. And within the economic development section, they looked at things like how are we going to assist in building the small and medium enterprises, how are we going to deal with food security, how are we going to improve trade facilitation, how are we going to help economies to get into the digital space so that they can expand. How are we going to work together to create an environment in which business will thrive? And that's exactly what we needed. So that the areas in the post-Cotonou agreement that support the efforts and the vision of the Barbados government, sir, there's almost an exact match. Because in the post-Cotonou agreement, here is what it's going to offer to this region, the areas that they're prepared to do funding and collaboration on. They're keen on looking at areas of health, that healthcare could be affordable, and that we could tackle the problem of the NCDs. And already in these chambers, I've spoken about the work that Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, along with health, how we're working to deal with the trade side of NCDs. And this is something that at COTED we discuss, we plan, we negotiate. So health is one of the important areas in the post-Cotonou agreement which will support the work of the Ministry of Health here. In the post-Cotonou agreement, you also have education, because we've made a commitment that we need to help every CARIFORUM country to be able to use online education as a way to take the country forward, that there must be an emphasis on training in the STEM subjects, the science, the technology, the environment, the math. And sir, if you were as bad as I was at maths, you would be very glad to hear that they're going to help us do better training so that we can teach our children how to succeed in maths. And importantly, how to create an enabling environment for boys and girls to help them to learn. Because the truth is, sir, without the revamping of our educational system, there's no way we can succeed in diversifying the economy. And therefore, the work that is being done there is important, and we all support the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast in what is being done in education to help us build a Barbadian who can cope and function well in a new global environment. Agriculture too, sir, is another area in the post-Cotonou Agreement where funds will be made available and resources made available to assist us to build the smart technology in agriculture that we need so that we can combat the impact of climate change. Now, I was delighted to hear the Honourable Member for St. Philip West. South? South. I sometimes put them in the wrong spot, sir. And as he was sharing, I was excited by what he was saying, because I know that the work that he is doing in agriculture is going to also help us diversify the economy, and that we have to work together to ensure that there are proper markets in order to take that product further out. So we're looking forward to that. But again, the provisions under the post-Cotonou Agreement will give Barbados the additional funds and support that it needs in order to execute those plans. The other area that the post-Cotonou Agreement, there are quite a few, but the ones that I want to mention today to the Chamber and to the country is the area of environment and how we're going to deal with the green economy and climate change and building climate resilience. And we believe that in restructuring how we do building by looking at what we need to do in the Roofs to Reefs program, that this is going to create a lot of jobs for people. But an interesting area, sir, that has come up and popped up on every negotiation, whichever part of the world we're in, has been the issue of gender and gender equality. That now trails every single agreement. If you're talking about trade in small arms, gender is brought in. If you're talking about droughts affecting a country, you are asked, how does this affect women and families? Because the world has come to a place where it has recognized that if half of your population is not free, if half of your population doesn't have opportunity, if half of your population are oppressed by the economic and social systems, then the entire family of the earth cannot prosper. That with the freeing of women and giving them an environment that allows them to thrive, causes nations to benefit and to prosper. And therefore, the issue of women has become a very important factor in all agreements. Now, Mr. Speaker, just in case there are those who might doubt the power and the value of women, whether we're talking about in the home, in business, or in government, the BBC about a week ago put out some information, sir, that stated that if the wealth, resources, and positions that men across the world control were given to women, that there would be 150 million fewer poor people in the world, Mr. Speaker. That 150 million people would not be experiencing poverty if the resources controlled by men at the moment was under the control of women. Now, sir, I'm not one that believes in pitting males against females, because I believe that it is together we get the very best in rulership and governance and effectiveness. Just to signal that they need to move over a little more, that more ladies have to come through, have to be able to take up positions, and to be able to bring to bear on the issue of business, on the issue of governance, that which we can bring to contribute to make this world a better place. So, sir, just alerting you that we will be coming. Now, one of the things that I'm looking forward to, sir, because we're going to be working on it assiduously over the next year, is the issue of the OACP. The OACP is the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. Now, what happened in the past, sir, was that in order for the European Union to be able to engage the African, Caribbean, and Pacific countries, they said, we don't want to engage you as individuals, we want to engage you as a group, and therefore that's how the ACP was formed. However, the problem was that our focus was always on engaging the EU as opposed to engaging each other. And what we did about a year and a half ago was to agree that we were going to shift our focus from just thinking about the EU and discussing with the EU and negotiating with the EU only, and form an organization that can become a powerhouse in the international arena and carry the agenda of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific peoples. And therefore, we agreed to form the OACP, and we have the Georgetown Agreement, which we now have to sign and agree to ensure that this new entity will be a powerhouse within the world. And sir, people are taking note. Why? Because the OACP represents 79 countries. It will be one of the largest groupings of countries in the world. Just if you think about if we could reimagine our role, the power of those votes in any multilateral fora, what it will mean in terms of climate change, what it will mean if we were to hold the line together. You certainly wouldn't get all, but if we can get more, to help push against blacklisting, especially unilateral blacklisting, how we could push to get a vulnerability index that allows middle-income countries such as ours to be considered when it comes to financing and access to funding and technical resources, because you recognize that although we're middle income, we are vulnerable, and therefore we need a different type of deal if we're to go forward. So that work is the work.
2 more minutes.
Thank you, sir. That, sir, is something that we are looking forward to working on. So how are we going to take this forward? First, sir, one of the things that we have planned within the ministry is that we've launched an internal program on commercial diplomacy. With all the new markets that we're seeking to enter, Barbados still has a challenge in terms of having sufficient funds to be able to hire enough commercial attaches to focus exclusively on the promotion and trade. So what have we done? We've decided to repurpose and intensify the work of our missions so that from the ambassador all the way through to the general officer in the office will be trained in commercial diplomacy training. And each mission will have a specific work program that we will work with them on to identify how can we promote all the goods and services which Barbados is looking for, and that they now can go out and help us diversify the economy by helping those products and services to take better root in the traditional markets, whether it's USA, Canada, or UK, or in the new markets like Panama or in Ghana, etc. And sir, that is part of what we will be doing to help solidify our efforts in diversifying the economy. And the last thing, sir, is the diaspora initiative. We've recognized that we can do more and that they can be very helpful to us when it comes to investment, information, technical resources. They can assist us in promoting products and services. They can invest in Barbados. And therefore, in these estimates, you will see that we have been able to retain the provision for an officer who will work go to work every day to start to make the diaspora initiative work. And therefore, we find it to be something that we think can make a difference to Barbados. So, sir, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, we stand ready to continue to do the work that's necessary to help in the diversification of the economy. We only ask that the other players also work with us, that in business, we need to change the thinking so that we're more innovative, more willing to take risks, and that we are willing to explore new areas of business endeavor. We ask of labor that, yes, we want to ensure that they get the very best deal, because every single Barbadian, whether they own wealth or whether they work for someone else, should be able to participate in the best of Barbados. We're asking that we all commit to moving to a place of global excellence in terms of our service, in terms of our work. And one of the first things that everybody has to do, whether government, labor, or business, is that we have to fight and get past COVID so that we can get back to the work of building the economy and diversifying it so that Barbados can build prosperity in a new global environment. We will not be able to return to that which is past. That is over. Barbados has to transition onto a global platform that operates differently from what we are accustomed to. And therefore, all of us must take the jolt of COVID, the openness of mind that it can create, and use it as an opportunity to change our thinking, change our acting, so that we can build a Barbados that is sustainable in this new future. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. George North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Grateful for this opportunity this afternoon to participate in the debate regarding the sums of money to be appropriated for the service of Barbados for the upcoming financial year 2021 to 2022. This is my first contribution in this particular capacity, which perhaps this is the only applause I will get during the contribution. And it recognizes and accepts that here in Barbados, we are at a very critical juncture in our nation's development. This government, like many others, has had to grapple with some of the worst conditions, has had to implement some fiscal policy action as immediate and very emergency responses to cushion this country and to bolster our resilience in a COVID-19 environment. Mr. Speaker, I wish to start by recording my own acknowledgement and appreciation of the outstanding effort that has been made by this government in this regard. I have no doubt that a party coming to power with 30 out of 30 seats knew that there would be high expectation by constituents, all 30 constituents across the country. And I, however, don't believe that there could have been the expectation that as much would need to be done as has had to be done in a very short space of time. But I think that it goes without saying that the efforts that have been made over the last near 3 years have made a significant difference to where we are and have meant that we can stand here debating the bill that is before us instead of debating in circumstances that were far worse than where we are. Over the last year or so, we have seen significant reductions in economic activity. We've heard about it. We're hearing that we've only registered 6,000 tourists for the year so far. And of course, that has knock-on effects on other areas of business, because where tourism is not performing, it means that retail is not performing. It means that a whole number of other areas that depend on input, the informal sector and so on, are also not performing. Yet we are able still to stand in support of measures that will see social welfare expansion and will see a number of people who might be feeling a little disenfranchised because they've lost their work, still having resources to draw from in very difficult circumstances. In the last shutdown, we saw it with the shops, we saw it with some others in the informal economy being able to have access to some source of funding, revenue during this time. But Mr. Speaker, my contribution is not only to have us pat ourselves on the back, although it is well deserved. My contribution seeks to have us recognize that even with all we're doing, that there's still more that can be done. In primary school, my motto was only the best is good enough. I also learned somewhere along the line that there's always a better best. And I think that we can aspire. So first of all, the first area that I would like us to draw attention to is the need for training. There's need for investment in our people. I've heard much being said about the need for digital literacy. And especially in recent times, I've come to recognize that there is a general need for literacy across Barbados. I've grown up and I've heard statistics being touted of Barbados being about 98 to 99 and then 95% literate. That's not my experience, and I don't believe I only associate myself with the kind that are not very literate. But what we're seeing, and regrettably, is not only young people, but too many young people in their 20s and their 30s, young men. It pains me when I see young women who are supporters of the household, who are single mothers raising children, and they come requesting assistance, not in terms of handouts, in terms of a job, Mr. Speaker. And they follow it by saying, I don't have no certificate though, but I will do anything. And it tells me that our system is failing our people. Yes, we can say that it's their responsibility to go to school and to ensure that they come out of school with an education and so on, but the system has a responsibility to ensure that our people at all levels, when they are in school, when they have left school, that our people are into a system of continuous learning that propels them into new experiences, to be able to access new opportunities as they present themselves. And so I've concluded that in as much as we speak about a thrust towards renewable energy and agriculture, even in these areas, especially renewable energy, but even in agriculture, where we heard the Honorable Minister going in agriculture, we need to ensure that our people across all levels are suitably trained. We need basic literacy to be a part of our core. I know that we have stated a number of objectives, very broad objectives for the National Transformation Initiative. But that initiative, at least at present, focuses largely on core skills, soft skills. But I mean simple literacy, English, and arithmetic skills are what among those skills that our people need. So I'm concerned that our school system, I'm concerned that private society, the trade union movement, and government needs to be able to embark on a whole of country training initiative that will see our people being developed in critical areas to match their skill sets and their capacities. But we can only assure this if we know the areas we want them in. And that's another area that concerns me, Mr. Speaker, because it was just about a year ago that we heard talk about a job and investments council. And that council was put together. I think they concluded their work then. The council was put together with eight committees, because they went to a social partnership meeting, I think, in May. With 8 different committees. One of the committees was supposed to look at jobs and investment primarily, and I think one of the targets was for that committee was to have it identify some 20,000 jobs for an 18 to 24 month period that we could see then people either filling in or aspiring towards. And we know that a number of things happened, not only COVID, but we had some unfortunate circumstances that directly impacted that particular committee in terms of the death of its chair too, the Honorable former Prime Minister. But if we are to train people, it helps if we know what we're training them for. And young persons in St. George North or any other constituency who don't have a job and who want to move, who would wish to move beyond just doing anything to make things meet, but who would like to aspire to something that matches their skill sets and their interests, don't have a place to locate where that possibility is. So we may very well find ourselves guilty of encouraging a response that is just a day-to-day get-by response, rather than bringing out the best in our people in terms of targeted measures directed towards training and education and jobs placement. So my contribution is not here only about training, but it's the need for us to give some sort of urgency to developing more jobs that match the sectors and the areas that we as a government are directing attention to. Getting people back to work requires a shift in a focus on people and their skills. And I'm satisfied that notwithstanding the drawbacks, that we can make greater progress in this regard. International projections suggest that it is the low-wage occupations that are going to lag furthest behind. And if these projections are to be imported into our own national context, and we look at a situation where a labor market is about 140,000 before COVID, and that labor market is now trending down towards 100,000, and that most of that number are in low-paid occupations, then it begs the question, how are we going to assure that people can really keep their heads above water? I am asking us to move beyond what people are prepared to settle for. The second area I would want to go to is social protection coverage. If nothing else, outside of the jobs crisis, outside of the health crisis, one of the things that COVID-19 has highlighted for us over the past year is the need for adequate systems of social protection within countries. We in Barbados prided ourselves to be the one country in the Caribbean that had perhaps easily the best system of social security all around. COVID happened, and we found ourselves struggling. We found ourselves wondering if we would be able to sustain the unemployment levels, and then what was following on from that, the severance payment levels. And then we found ourselves having to take responsibility for people who weren't even paying into a system. And some might say, but you shouldn't have checked for them. But if you didn't check for them, then what? If we see that social protection and an income coming in and the need for people to keep their heads above water is directly related to things like crime and overall nourishment of children. So they're just things that when you are in government, adopting a whole government approach, that you can't overlook certain things. But what it has highlighted, Mr. Speaker, is the need for us to work through how we can refine our current social security system, the NIS system, to ensure that we can provide a broader net to cover a wider range of workers, to offer them ultimately protection at the levels that we have now seen are so necessary. But it is not only the things, new things that we have to put in place. There's also a provision within national insurance where there's an inspectorate, and within the Labor Department as well, where there's an inspectorate that needs to get out there and do more to ensure that those people who ought to be paying into the system, that they are actually paying into the system. We have too many people only at the point when they need an unemployment benefit or they reach retirement and can't get a pension, then try to come and expect you to work the unimaginable to ensure that they have access to what they have not contributed to, but what they claim they thought they were contributing to. So all of these are things that if we strengthen our capacity, we strengthen our capacity through our resources, and our resources are actually allowed to go out there and do the jobs that they're supposed to be doing, then I think that we can zero in on some of these problems. I want to turn to living standards generally. I was pleased this morning to hear the Honorable Member of St. Michael South Central speak on the issue of minimum wage for workers. I was like, wow, that's one less off my plate, off my 20 minutes. But I still have to touch on it because wages and inadequate wages make it impossible for our people to provide a decent living for themselves. And that's not all of us have recognized that. But while all of us recognize that, it is still comfortable for us to make justifications that a proposed wage of $8.50, which was in alignment with what cost of living was supposed to be 12 years ago, 13 in June 2008, that is something that we feel proud of, that we are putting in place. It is nothing to feel proud of unless we see it as an important first step to get where we need to get. But to say simply that the wage was $6.50 and now $8.50 is a huge step in a direction that we should have taken ever since. But because successive governments have preferred to be so cautious on this, what they do, in fact, is don't go for the minimum wage or don't set it at a level that people can live on. But you know what's the fallout, what's the result? Government has to pay for it. Because if people cannot keep their heads above water independently, it must be supplemented, making them dependent on the system or exposing them to other means. Crime, selling their labor, personal labor. So what am I saying is that I'm very sensitive. I'm very sensitive to employers that have a challenge with the proposed minimum. But as long as this representative in Parliament has any say in it, this issue will not go away for a long time till we close the gap. Because this must be seen as a journey that has only just begun. I heard why I decided I had to get up on this issue is because it was drawn to my attention that there's a particular employer in security where the wage is not proposed for $8.50, but $9.25. And that employer is at this very moment seeking to change the contracts of workers down from 12-hour shifts to 8-hour shifts. Because if you were working at 12 hours at $7, and you now have to work that same 12 hours at $9.25, you now might end up working for more than a supervisor. So instead of adjusting the supervisor, they're looking to cut the contracts, cut the hours in the workers' contracts. And this government, through the Ministry of Labor, must make a strong statement on this issue. But certainly I know that the labor union responsible would be putting them and the Ministry of Labor on notice, because it can't happen. Not about here, it could happen if people don't have contracts. But we can't have these backdoor methods to undermine the system. And then it is these very employers that want you to break an arm and a leg to facilitate business and do everything that they require, but just the simple sharing of burden, carrying the burden. They expect government to do it all, deal with the people down at the bottom and help them too. So these are the kinds of issues that we have to treat to, and we have to be very, very direct and very collective in our approach to the issues. So that's the important part of enfranchisement. I just want to go on the living standards and enfranchisement as well. I want to touch on housing. I noted with interest and welcome the presentation by the Ministry of Housing outlining their plan on rejuvenation, repositioning, relocation, registration, and reconstruction. Particularly, I was very keen to hear about the repositioning, which is a program where they are looking to expand into more houses that people can rent. Because daily, you have people in my constituency for sure that would want to be in their own place, but they can't afford a piece of land. They can't afford to buy a house. They can't go and get a mortgage statement from any bank or credit union to say that they qualify. But yet they need to get out, whether it is that a landlord is kicking them out, the house is overcrowded with 20 people, but people can only access if they have opportunities for renting to own. That's also another reason why our minimum wage has to make sense, because if you can't take the wage of a person and if they can't qualify with that wage for low-income housing, then the wage can't be making any sense to them and their circumstance. So we have to be very conscious that we are achieving all that we are setting out to achieve. And then the other one, relocation. I noted with interest the relocation was mainly about the Rock Hall location. And I know that the good people of St. George North will not wish to have me sit down without drawing the synergies between that particular situation and the one at Lower Estate, where there's a stench that is being said to make a number of people, cause them sickness and discomfort. Attention has to be given there as well. And also to Ashbury, where we have people in 2021 drawing water from a standpipe, not because they're water in the area, but because they're in a Zone 1 area and aren't allowed to have waterborne toilet facilities. Now, I was made to understand reliably by the previous representative for the area that land had already been acquired since 2002. Hamlin land, supposed to be Groves Phase 2, for the purpose of relocating those very people from Ashbury and Bailey Alley over to Groves Phase 2 project. A very large expanse of land, very available if there is the interest and the will to ensure that the goodly people of Ashbury and Bailey Alley can be accommodated. I also welcome in the proposals the plans for road works that are set out to come to St. George North. I know that the people of Bridgecourt and Newbury Road would be looking forward to seeing themselves high on a priority list during this coming financial year. And I look forward to being in a position to celebrate with them when that long-awaited road is completed. I too look forward to be able to use it as my shortcut, since I now have to avoid it for reasons that they can't because they live in the area. I won't speak on the question of sports because I expect the Honorable Minister of Sports, the Member of Parliament for St. George South, when he's making his own contribution, to be in a position to bring some good news to people in my area as well. So I will leave that to him. Mr. Speaker, I didn't start by saying that I would be brief, because that definition leaves me confused in this house by everybody that starts by saying that they will be brief. But I support the proposed measures in the appropriation bill. And however, recognizing that Rome was not built in a day, notwithstanding that, I just want to urge this honorable chamber, and I want to urge particularly those with responsibility, head responsibility, for making good on all the measures that have been outlined in this appropriation bill, for us to move with dispatch to ensure that rebuilding our human capital, in other words, seeing people, remains at the heart of our everyday effort and our focus over the next financial year. Mr. Speaker, I support the measures and I'm obliged.
Honorable Member for St. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say good evening to all and to thank you very much for the privilege to be able to participate. And of course, I would wish to thank the honourable member for the St. George North constituency for her wonderful presentation. Seeing that this is her first opportunity, we still have to give credit where credit is due. I want, sir, to indicate that in 2020 January, we started regathering, reaching out into all communities across the island and indeed all others in the diaspora to be able to come together, and it started with a bang. And then in the middle of March, around March 17th, it ended in St. Thomas of all places and had everybody in Barbados scattering. Of course, Mr. Speaker, it was not only in Barbados, but indeed the rest of the world has been impacted upon by that monster called COVID-19. But I believe that as we continue to work together as a people and to continue to look after the needs of others, that we too shall be able to enjoy that better life that this Barbados Labour Party has promised to the people of Barbados for more than 85 years. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to indicate how extremely proud I am to be a part of this government and to be able, with a budget of $86,179,524, the highest amount ever given to the People Empowerment Ministry, or what we used to call the Social Care Department, because that is a ministry that cares about the people. I know that the Honorable Prime Minister and her team, we decided that we will want to look at restructuring our debt so that we can keep Barbados afloat, because we understand what we had achieved from the last administration that was adamant about almost everything except building a Barbados where our social safety net would have been put into place to cushion the challenges that Barbadians would have been facing for that 10-year period where there were so many challenges. And it was a homegrown plan, a homegrown program to stabilize our society, because our people matter, as does the economy. And one goes hand in hand with the other. Otherwise, we will not be able to sustain ourselves and to be able to live in the peace and the tranquility that we all yearn for in this dear beloved country of ours. So we are grateful in the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs for this particular funding. I want, Mr. Speaker, to indicate that our role mainly in that ministry is to help to lift those people who are dependent, to help them to reach a level of independence. And it cannot come just by speaking, it comes by actions. That means the funding and the other necessary resources, the professionals, the programs, but all of that stems from the policy. And so I am proud today to say that we in that ministry have been trying our best, striving day and night. Of course, encapsulated in that would be the synergies with other agencies and governmental departments to be able to achieve our goals. And so I thank God today that we are all alive. I want to express our deepest sympathy to those Barbadians, not only here, but those in the diaspora who would have died during the COVID period, especially those who would have died as a result of COVID, and in particular, that frontline worker, the nurse who passed, and of course, that small child. But of course, for all the families, I would want to extend our sympathies, because every life lost is an important life in this equation. So I can almost say it has been the best of times, it has been the worst of times. But we are still here today, Mr. Speaker, to continue to thank Almighty God for the privilege to be alive and well, and we shall continue not only as ourselves as individuals and our families, but we want to continue to encourage all Barbadians, conform with the protocols. Make sure you wear your masks. Make sure that you do the social distancing. Ensure that you keep away from crowds and others, because every day we are hearing of numbers. Sometimes they are lessened, sometimes they are larger, but we want to see the back of COVID. And for the novel idea that our Prime Minister came up with in the very early to say, let us go for vaccines as well. After we had done the lockdown, when we saw the spiraling impact during the month of December and coming on to the early 2021, we must continue to play our part as our brothers and our sisters keepers to make the difference in this whole exercise, because nobody wants to lose a loved one. I also want, Mr. Speaker, to indicate that COVID has caused so many stressors: fear, anger, disillusionment, anxiety, broken families, loss of dignity, loss of loved ones, as I mentioned, loss of our ways of living, our meeting people and hugging and embracing, all of that. We've put it through the window because we want to continue. But what hurts even more is the loss of jobs, loss of life, yes, the loss of jobs, our businesses, funding, and of course, our broken families. Mr. Speaker, it's the first time in my life, and you know, sir, I've lived longer than most in here at this point in time. There may be two other members who may be a little more, a little older, but not by much. But it is the first time in my life, Mr. Speaker, that I have ever seen anything like this, as most of us have. And therefore, we need to devise other strategies. And we saw the novel ideas that our Honorable Prime Minister exposed and shared with the public of Barbados, so that we know that there will be stability as we go forward, to make sure that everybody is coming together and working together. And we will never, as a people, I pray, cause COVID to make us lose our hope and our trust in Almighty God. Mr. Speaker, we must wrestle this monster to the ground. And we have, as a step forward in this our juncture in our history, we have started to make some strides. And in the light that we have got the funding, we have been able to pay some of our debts that were not paid in a long time. We've been able, again, to attract that dignity and that respect from our brothers and sisters in the region, and indeed in the rest of the world. And it could only have happened because of the change in management of the affairs of this country, and the responsibility being placed in the hands of one of the most astute leaders that this country has had. And of course, I'm not going to be gender biased, but in the hands of a woman. And we always hear, put a woman in front. We hear, well, behind every successful man, there's a woman. But I say no, behind every successful partner, there is, and in front as well, there is a woman. And this is the first time in the history of Barbados that we have seen a female prime minister who has been able to move mountains, not only by talking, but by action. That a lot of people talk, but the action is sometimes limited or not seen at all. And therefore, I want to say how really proud I am that my minister, my prime minister, has been able, with her team, being able to rekindle that spirit of hope, faith, love, determination, the vision, the wisdom, the forbearance. And we have put the ship of Barbados back to sail again. And we know there are uncharted waters, but the view is there. We are going to make it again once we hold together and serve the people of our dearly beloved country. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am proud to be a part of what is happening in this dispensation. Now, I spoke about the ministry and the kind of responsibility, the mantra that it has to help to empower people and keep them put them in a safety net where they can feel there's hope for me and my family, or there's hope for me and those in my communities. There's hope for everybody in Barbados. And so that social fabric that has been placed there for the disabled, that we want to empower, the aged, families, those who are ill, because we still have quite a couple thousand people in Barbados, sir, who are living with the HIV AIDS. But I am proud to say, as a result of a past administration that established the National HIV Commission, with the education and with the monetary resources, because you will remember, sir, that that institution was under the ambit of the Honorable Prime Minister, now our deceased professor and member for St. Peter, sir, because we wanted for the world to see HIV is going to take away lives, it's going to destroy families. To put it in another ministry, it may not have the same impact. It's right under the Prime Minister's ministry, and that section of our ministry continues to work assiduously day and night with those couple thousand of persons living among us who are living with HIV. But it is because of the free medication that we have been able to see people live longer. And therefore, I want to indicate clearly my admiration for the staff there, how they go into the trenches. They go with the ladies and the gentlemen of the night. They're going to households, They pull together packages, they do food drives, they do all forms of education to be able to sensitize the public. And therefore, I am proud of their responsibilities, and they deserve to be able to receive the funding that has been given to them as a result. I also want, Mr. Speaker, to focus on the frontliners of this country. Barbados has done more to be able to get our people work in a more cohesive manner, to treat to each other than some of the other countries across the world. And therefore, we must be heralded as a people who have got the sound, free education background, our platform, our foundation, as well as the good free health care that has helped to bring us thus far. So it would be remiss of me if I do not acknowledge that outstanding contribution, that profound aspect of resources and services extended by the health ministry, the officials, all the frontliners, but it goes beyond those in the ministry. They have done an exceptionally good task. But it goes beyond them because social workers who are working in other governmental departments have also done an excellent job. But I'm looking too at the supermarket persons, the workers there who remained on the job to ensure that we were able to purchase our food and other necessities to keep us indoors, especially during the many lockdowns. Our sanitation workers who worked throughout the exercise to make sure that Barbados remained clean. Those persons in transport, those security personnel. And there's so many others, caregivers, so many others that made this particular exercise happen. And I believe that has always been pulled into that component where we are caring and supporting each other. And I learned as a little girl in school, together we aspire, together we achieve. And people went on the front line and they worked day and night for Barbadians to remain safe. And payment is not enough to show the gratitude. There has got to be more done for these frontliners to get that opportunity. I can't call all of the categories, but all of them know who were out front and working assiduously day and night to be able to follow the protocols and to save lives so that people can have a better living. I want, Mr. Speaker, as well, to look at some other agencies under our watch. We started up in 2020 after the pandemic, and I would say in the latter part of 2020, March, making sure that our large cadre of workers in the People Empowerment Ministry received the necessary training as to how to apply the PPE, how to dispose of it, and how to treat to the clientele, those persons who were in the homes, those persons who were in the children's home, the child care board, those in the NAB, those are the other institutions. And I am proud to say that they are all alive today as far as I am aware. All those members of staff who went out and made the sacrifice are alive and well, despite the fact that we too had our challenges in the NAB, because some of our members fell ill. And if a person is asymptomatic, you cannot tell unless the testing happens. And therefore, they suffered. They went into quarantine, some went into isolation. Their families had to accompany them because we understand how the disease performs. And therefore, I want to take my hat off to them for the pride that they took, despite the challenges, to come back out to work after, to serve those most vulnerable among us, particularly our senior citizens. And despite what anybody says, any government in this hemisphere that does not treat to the aged is doing a negative. And therefore, we recognize that as the days go by, the centenarians, those over 60 and 70 and 80 and 90, people are living longer again because of the free education and the health care. And therefore, we've got to look after our aged despite whatever the situation is. So I'm going into the home helpers who have been going into homes. And yes, some families would have said, we would rather you not come now because of COVID, because we know of the comorbidities and the challenges that many of those senior citizens within their homes had. But you're talking now, Mr. Speaker, of a set of persons, meaning the recipients of the healthcare system, the home health system, who are bedridden. You're talking approximately 200 of them. We had to have caregivers in there because some of them have absolutely no family, no connection perhaps, except somebody in the church. But the rest of the family is gone. We're talking over 1,000 of them, meaning the recipients, and not just under 160 workers. So we know that they had to work day and night to be able to meet of those, the needs of those persons under lockdown. And so I take my hat off to them as well. And those in administration, because without the administrators, they couldn't do anything. But we go further than that. It's not only people in individual homes who were looked after, but there are persons who live in the other centers. The Vauxhall Center, where the senior citizens are, the Lancaster House, the Clyde Gollop Center, where homeless women, gentlemen are, and then we have the Joris Dunner Center, that was a daycare, where persons would go in the daytime, get engaged in a number of activities, interact with others. We had to shut them down, put the others under lockdown, but the daycare was used for where the PPE would be distributed because the admin office was locked down as a result of what came out of the cases there. And so I take my hat off to them because of the work they have done to turn the lives of those who were most vulnerable around and give them a new lease on life. I also want to look at what has been done in the achievement through the helpline, where at the inception, that 5364673 or 536 Hope was established. Over 4,000 people in about 2 weeks' time had called through to say we have got challenges just after the March lockdown. And a team of workers from within the People Empowerment Ministry and others went to the location and packaged in a hurry over 4,000 care packages with water and hand sanitizer and masks and so for delivery to our most vulnerable. And therefore, I am grateful to the government for getting us at that level where we could continue to save lives. Because if people can't get out, some couldn't go to the supermarkets or go in by the letter in your name and so on, it would have been difficult. But those most vulnerable, aged ones, the bedrock of our society, the pillars, they were served well by volunteers and others who worked day and night to make the difference. And then we recognize so many people were laid off. Laid off as a result of the companies closing due to COVID and all that. And the Adopt a Family project that started for the gathering was able then to garner quite a couple millions of dollars to be able to go towards ensuring that those who were displaced because of the closure of work and so on, excuse me, especially in the hotel sector and others, that they were able to receive that debit card of $600 every month to keep them afloat. That is what governance is about. Good governance is about looking down and seeing what's happening to our people. How can we lift them out of the quagmire and put them on a level plane that they will be able to feel we too are important. They did not put themselves at home. It is because of the circumstances that we have been experienced as a result of COVID. And then when we found out that more people were coming home 3 months later, 6 months later, once persons met the criteria, we were able to expand it. So in the first instance, we went to almost, I think there were just over 3,900 odd persons who received. And then we were able to extend it, and I'm sure that we have passed the 6,000 mark. As a result of the extension, more people coming on board to be able, more particularly than anything else, to feed families. A hungry child, well, my mother used to say, a hungry man is an angry man. But if you have children who can't go to school, school meals made a good cushion for them once they were at primary. But when they're at home, and parents are unemployed, and families are broken, or no money is coming in, or the pension is late, those same children, growing children, can eat, I know. because I raise some of everybody's own, including mine. And they can eat, especially the teenagers. So that 600 package through the debit cards, because we were watching the social distancing, so they can go to push it into the machine and get the funds. That helped a lot in stabilizing the families, and of course the household mitigation unit was an integral part of it. So we are proud in our ministry to be able to be involved in such ventures that help to continue to empower families. My family is helping me. Thank you so much. Also, Mr. Speaker, the Gender Affairs Department, where we are looking at empowerment, making sure that there's equality, males and females, and we've got some wonderful male groups, I can tell you at least 2, sir, that have come on board and are helping to work with men. The worst thing in the world to do is to put a woman to work with men, especially men who have issues, can't pay the child maintenance, can't get any work, mother put you out because they come in late with the so many challenges. And I'm proud to say that I am happy that those 2 male groups, Misa was there before, but now I think it is Fabian Sargent is his name. He too and others have got some programs going for men to make a difference, because the women were always in the highlights. As a matter of fact, it used to be called the Women's Affairs Bureau, but we named it the Gender Affairs Bureau because the men and the women must come together in synergies and raise families. It is not a woman alone who should raise a child or a man alone to raise a child. It is a cohesive, cooperative effort that should be in place. And that department, particularly with the women, though, Mr. Speaker, sad to say, the Battered Women's Center, under the leadership of the Business and Professional Women's Club, we saw an upsurge in battered women this time around. And we have worked with them. They usually get a subvention, but in our ministry, we've been able to work with them to make sure that they too got care packages, that they got other resources to keep those women away from those homes that they had to run from and run like hair. Some were badly beaten and bruised and emotionally disturbed as a result of the insults and the cursing and so on. And I know that some of our men are badly bruised and broken as well, but because most of us have trained them, men don't fight. Men don't hit back women. Well, it would be nice if they don't. Men should not quarrel up, and so it means a softy. That's the mentality that some of us portray. And so I know that some of our men have been battered too, but our women are in the battered center in numbers that surpass 40 during that short first period of time, and the numbers have ballooned since then, and they have children with them, some of them boy children. But the ministry has been able to work with them and the Business and Professional Women's Club to help them to get back their dignity, and we've got a program that will be coming that I will not want to announce it unless Cabinet approves it, to be able to help some of them to transition from in the battered center into living independently, to be able to develop the skills. They are developing skills and going to educational programs and so there, but we would want them to be able to continue with a life that they can be productive and continue to have to work with their families. I cannot close, Mr. Speaker, sir, unless I speak about the faith-based groups. And they have been in the vanguard for years, but we are now seeing even an explosion of the numbers of them and the excellent work they are doing. So they work in close association with the People Empowerment Ministry, because you can gather in a snap of a finger 100 volunteers from our faith-based institutions when you want to do projects. And so I was extremely pleased to be able to see whenever we wanted something, we could call on the faith-based groups and community groups, and they come out in their large numbers. So the faith-based groups came up with an idea, pause for prayer and so on during the lockdowns, to help to give people hope, to help to give them an opportunity to reflect and to understand there were people in generations ahead of us who had other diseases. Well, of course, we all know about leprosy, we learned about smallpox, and we learned about so many others that destroyed societies. The faith-based people were there to help to cushion, to do the counseling, and to work with families to make a difference and to give them a new understanding and lease on life, which I consider to be extremely important if we are to say we are working to embrace. Churches were shut other institutions where their worship was shut, but they were able to do a lot virtually. And some Sundays I sit and I watch 2 services in the constituency or wherever, virtually, and the words are just as inspirational. It's just the touching that is not there. I want to thank the faith-based groups as well, Mr. Speaker, and of course the Child Care Board. Our frontliners were out working. We still had to reduce the numbers in the various daycare centers and so, but the children were being well cared for, and I encourage families where frontliners still have to be out. I encourage families to let us bond together and help to hold back those children to make sure they are safe. We don't want to expose our children, and then some of the people who might maintain them or look after them when their parents are up in the front line working in the hospital or wherever they're working, they're not so sure what's happening to the children. We have a lot of people, Mr. Speaker, who are perpetrators. We have a lot of pedophiles in our society who want banishing. And therefore, we have got to be so careful with whom we leave our children with, although sometimes family members are unkind to the children, but for a safer environment for little children especially to be in, so that families can continue to work and serve, whether they're delivering the vaccines, or they're working with those who are done with the COVID, or that they're in the hospital generally working on the wards with people who are suffering from other diseases or illnesses or injuries. I am encouraging families, hold back the child or 2. If I, in my busy schedule, Mr. Speaker, can raise 4 children that are my grandchildren, quarter of a century old already one is, and then other people's children, once I have a moment, then persons who are at home all day long, watching the TV and so help with the children. Those children are our future. And unless we inculcate the various habits, the morals, the values, and so in our children, Mr. Speaker, we will lose more of them. Sad to say, Barbados can make a difference. So that brings me now to the training. Our parenting programs have started. We are almost about 40 of trainers, a trainer of trainers, to be able to explode out there in the community. Because some of our young parents don't know their roles, they don't understand, nobody tells them. Grandparents hold them, but the mothers and the fathers, they do their own thing. But we need to look at parenting. Mr. Speaker, I am not a happy woman today to see that few of our schools have got PTAs. That is where you hold parents. The day nurseries do have a lot of programs going, but we do not have enough happening in our schools to be able to nurture our young people and let them know what are the moral things you should know, what are the values, what games can you play, what things can you say to others to make them happy, and what about the commandments and so on. That is lacking, and therefore our Trainer of Trainers program has started. Parados has been helping to guide the process, and we are willing to continue to have an explosion across the country when COVID opens up, because parents need it. And if they have never had the experience, then they don't know what to do. But we are losing too many of our children. They're falling through the cracks, and we need to work with them to make the difference. And of course, UNICEF has been working with the Child Care Board for many years, and they are helping to guide us with that child protection reform so that the legislation can come and we can look to see how best collectively that we can have that put on the statute books, because a lot of things are happening with our children too that should not ever take place. And so, Mr. Speaker, I also want to touch, as I come nearer to my close, that strengthening human, social, and development program with the IDB and its psychosocial approach to helping people. They have been on the ground since late 2018, early 2019, because we recognize that families are really badly broken in some instances. And we know that we've met families 15 and 20 living in one place. The mother has a house, and a daughter has her partner and a child or two, and that daughter adds on a shanty, they call it. And then another child comes home and he wants to have his partner, another shanty behind it. And therefore, there are 15 and 20 members. And everybody runs an electric cord from their one house to the next to be able to play their music or to have electricity or whatever, or they might add on a pipe, or I'm not sure. But when we see families large like that, there are so many challenges that we can expect, especially when none is working. If they can't raise the money to feed them, then you know there will be challenges. And to have teenage children living in those households, then you can look for further trouble. And so the strengthening department has been working previously. They've scaled their numbers for this financial year to 250 families. That constitutes about 2,000 persons. And they're looking at training. In the past, some of them went to community college, because we're talking about lifting them from dependence to independence. Community college, Samuel Jackman Prescott, the training board, private entities, and so on. And some of them have got certification. As a matter of fact, some of them are coming on to the companion care program that we have devised, because those companions will go into the communities where they live. So don't take me to any community in Goodland, St. Michael. I don't know the families. But if you take me to Vault Road, I can tell you that 8 or 9 old people, or I should say senior citizens, who require, sit with me, let us have a chat. I'm going to tell you about when I was young. I'm going to tell you about the games we play. I can tell you stories that would lift your heart up and make you happy. I can talk to you about the Bible. We can sing some hymns. I can plait your hair. I can offer you a sandwich. It is not a project to duplicate the National Assistance Board's project. It is one to complement it. And when those companions go in, they're the ones then when they see there are others in the villages who have got challenges and require home health care, they do the referencing through their supervisors. So it is a novel idea. There are 500 people we're looking at, and many of them have got the training, they've got the certificates, taking care of the elderly and auxiliary nurse and so we're looking at it in a professional way. They will be on contract, and they will be able to help us and perhaps work with the children in the households as well to make them understand you're to respect granny. You're to speak with granddad. You're to give him that glass of water he asked you for 5 minutes ago. And if you train children that way, it helps our families to become more cooperative, and we can live together in a better environment. So those almost 2,000 people in the strengthening department, they are going to continue to do their roles, and the poverty alleviation and poverty reduction project that is also tied into it. They were the ones who identified almost 2,500 people year before the last, and we were able then to, out of them, to pull out those who were even more vulnerable, so that when there's disaster management, we would be able to know where to go, because we got the Defense Force to come in and do some mapping for us. I know that we've got the technology that will even help. Where does Cynthia Ford live in Welchmore Hall? And somebody say in the Vault Road, and they peg it. They find out, peg it, so when there's any disaster, we can get our seniors or disabled and so on out to be able to give them, put them on a different location that the danger will not impact. So the poverty alleviation is a part of that. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about the welfare department. There is so much that has to be said about it. And that department...
Remember, you have 2 minutes to talk.
Yes, please. Despite the pitfalls that we will get over time. And once you're dealing with human beings, somebody can say, I don't like that lawyer, you know, that teacher there, something. So we're going to get that in every profession. So the welfare officers, they do get their training. They work under extremely tiring circumstances. They must tell you, Mr. Speaker, they have to go to court. They work with divorces. They work with children. They work a lot. But they have started to transition where they now have a digital program going where persons during COVID do not have to come to the office in the same way because of the face-to-face, but they can call in, and then the calls are returned. They're given the interviews, and of course, when they're to receive their packages, they can go to the supermarket of their choice that they would have identified. Their names are there. They go, they know how much money they will get in food or whatever, and that is now, they've gone a digital steps forward now to be able to do it. And I know over time, the credit cards, the debit cards, excuse me, will be used, so it makes it better for them. And I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, those numbers have risen within the last year and a half. We are almost up to 3,700 people who were recipients of food at one point. They get house rents paid. There were so many evictions during the period. The welfare department has come in to assist. Of course, the grants for school when we had opened in September. Utility bills when we had asked business houses and so not to cut off the light and the water. Those were the essentials. the welfare department has been helping with that. Even burials. There are persons who lost their life for whatever reason, very impoverished. The welfare department will assist to a certain amount with the coffin, not the badges and the T-shirts, and so that is not in it at all. That department has been working assiduously. Yes, we have loopholes like we have in any other institution, but our plan going forward in this financial year to be able to look at the reformation and the pulling together of all of the threads in social work in our ministry and others, that will help us to be able, with the reform, to have one body overseeing all of it to make sure that we share information, because right now there are no synergies really, Mr. Speaker. I have my information, it's for me. You have yours, it's for you, and that is across the government sector. And therefore, this day is to pull all the threads together so people perhaps could come in the future in one institution and all of the information you need on that person is there, not for any negative activity, but to know that, yes, you've got a disabled child, yes, you have been unemployed, yes, there has been a battered person in this family, yes, we know that you will need counseling, and so on and so forth. I want, sir, to thank you very much for the opportunity, and to thank those agencies that came on board during COVID, those charities that came, that made sure that food was on the table of others as well, the Tanglewood, the Sandy Lane. We had Corporate Barbados who gave gifts. We had persons in the diaspora who offered. We had individuals and faith-based groups, and so I want to publicly express our gratitude to them and the volunteers for the excellent work they have done, not only for our section of the ministry, but for the rest of Barbados, because we concluded 2 weeks ago, and we will conclude this week, the 85,000 care packages that this government has extended to the people of Barbados who were most in need. Everybody did not get, but with God's help, we will be able to reach others, because Rome was not made in a day. I close, Mr. Speaker, by thanking you for the moment, and to indicate that as long as we continue to embrace each other, as long as we continue to work together, as long as we keep ahead of us, each one matters, we are in this together, leaving no one behind, I am sure that as the days go by, we will see an unleashing of spirits, of people who want to share, who want to care, who want to volunteer beyond what happened before, so we can make a difference in their lives, as well as we can at least pat ourselves on the back to say we have done the best we could, because human beings and preservation of humanity is most critical in what we do here in Barbados. I wish to thank you, sir, for the patience. Bless you all.
Honourable Member for St. George. So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too want to join this debate, and I see the Honourable Leader of the House is timing me already. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, and I would not disobey you, Madam. I'm very respectful of your role in this Lord Chamber, the member for St. Michael Southeast. But given the task of leading the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, and I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how I can come to this Lord Chamber and deliver a speech in the estimates for 15 minutes. I won't do justice to the work of the officers or the ministry, but albeit I will be respectful and obedient, try to be. But, Mr. Speaker, I am here to support the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2021-2022. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, there's some words in my head, where we came from, where we are going. And we came to office in 2018, Mr. Speaker, with this country in a grave financial situation. We can use the terms deficit. The fiscal position was in a rut. We can use that term. We were printing money, Mr. Speaker, and it is there that I want to make my first, what I call, serious point. because we have gone through the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker, as a government. And at no time have we resorted to the printing of money. I want to say that again, Mr. Speaker. I want the public to know this. We have gone through, going through 2 years of the COVID-19 crisis. And at no time did this government thought about printing money to sustain this economy. And I say that is leadership and prudent financial management and governance to the highest order. To the point now, Mr. Speaker, that I can stand here and I can boast. I don't like to brag or boast. But I can boast that this government is seen as a government who looks after the welfare of its citizens, not only regionally but internationally. This government is seen as a world-leading government as far as Africa. First world countries are looking at our leadership, how we have managed this crisis, and how we have managed our finances. I want to say to the public, this government, even though we are going through crisis, we came in, there's a time where we had to manage crises. There's a time where we had to put everything in order. We had to reset the barometer. We can talk about development and moving forward without bringing ourselves out of the rut, out of the mire. And what we did during those 2 years, well, 3 years, approaching 3 years, we removed the NSRL, and we have to allow the citizens of this country not to lose sight of what we did, because there is a saying, and I don't really subscribe to it, that Bajans have short memories. I don't think so. I think Bajans recognize good leadership, but at times you have to remind them where we came from. And I want to do that in a minute. We removed the National Social Responsibility Levy. We promised that was a noose around the people of this country's neck. We removed it. We increased pensions from $155 to $225. We didn't stop there. We reinstated UWI fees for students, for the working class people. Removed. Sorry, thank you. Remove. Income tax. This year alone, I'm being told that we have paid over $62.6 million in income tax returns and $87 million in VAT refunds. If you are not telling me this is not looking after and protecting the vulnerable and taking care of our people, then something is wrong. We didn't stop there. We reduced the tax bands, the income tax bands, from as high as 40% down to 33.5% for persons earning over $50,000. $50,000, that tax band was reduced. All the tax bands. Persons earning between, I think it was, the first band would be up to $50,000. The tax band, the rate is at 12.5%. That is a reduction from 16%. And I can go on and on and on and on. Spend money fixing disadvantaged schools. And I can go on and on. We established the Trust Loan Fund, $10 million annually. And I can go on and on. Increasing salaries. But yet, in a crisis, we came in an economic crisis, but then we had a world crisis. Whether you want to categorize this world crisis as environmental, social, whatever, it can fit into any category. This crisis we had called COVID-19. Decimated countries. Yet in all of this and what we have done, we have not printed money to date. And I want to congratulate Prime Minister Mayor Amor Motley for her leadership. I want to congratulate the Ministry of Finance, those ministers and consultants for doing an excellent job in putting us where we are at this stage. We have lost some $2 billion in economic activity, but at the end of the day, we have still prepared estimates. We have still prepared estimates. And I heard the Prime Minister say, she said that we will come back after 6 months because everything is fluid and dynamic. It is changing. The environment is changing. We don't know what will happen 3 months from now. But yet we have prepared estimates so that the small business people, those vendors, those small business people, those persons that we call vulnerable, we are protecting them. We have prepared estimates, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we have some growth in this country, private sector-led growth, Mr. Speaker. And we have prepared estimates to enhance the competitive nature of this country. But, Mr. Speaker, my role in all of this, as we look after the citizens of this country and try to develop this country and put it to a place we can be seen as punching above our weight yet again. And indeed we are in an economic crisis and in the COVID-19 crisis. My role as Minister of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, I am here to build a stable and cohesive society through the empowerment and full investment of the youth and communities in the social and economic development of this country. But I want to spend the next half an hour, Mr. Speaker, on sports. Persons laugh. I said the next half an hour. The member from St. Michael East, he just telephoned me and he said I can take 15 of his minutes. But no problem. That is up to you, Mr. Speaker.
He said that.
But
He said that.
in the past, Mr. Speaker.
I remember he said that.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Therefore, means he controls this year.
Not saying that, Mr. Speaker. No
is
disrespect
news
to
me.
you.
That
And I
is
thank you,
news
Mr.
to me.
Speaker, for giving me the
Be
opportunity.
careful
yet
that
again.
you don't get 15 subtracted from your 30 minutes, sir. Be
Thank
wary.
you, Mr. Speaker.
A word to the wise should be enough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would heed and carry on. But my role here this afternoon is to speak on sports. And some may say, why he don't pick youth and why he doesn't pick community development. But I think that for the past 15 years, not under this government, because the former minister, the member for St. Philip West, started extremely good work in this key ministry and in this key area of sports. In the past, national socio-economic policy treated the sport, as primarily of recreational value, where we looked at health and we also looked at the social benefits to sport. So national socio-economic policy did not really focus on the economics of sport in this country. We never focused on the employment opportunities of sports in this country. And this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, I wish to deal with not only the economic aspect, but the new framework, the new governance framework for sports in this country. Mr. Speaker, we know in the past, young, bright individuals in this country, they have had to choose between a career in sports and training in academics. Since we came to office as a government, we made sure that no individual would have to choose between a career in sports and academics. We have merged the two. Because we saw and we see the value in having our young people engage in sports, not only for recreational reasons, but as a career choice. but as a career choice. And based on that, Mr. Speaker, sports has to take its rightful place in this country as being one of the key economic pillars in terms of developing Barbados and creating some young millionaires that the Prime Minister often speak about. And this is one area that we indeed can push. I heard the member for St. James South speaking about new frontiers. This is one member for St. James South. This is one area that we can create a lot of millionaires in this country, young, bright millionaires. We don't have to be lawyers and doctors and engineers. Sport has to take its rightful place, and that is my mandate. And I want to speak to a few of the areas. Mr. Speaker, we came to office again. We are looking at developing a new governance framework for sports. We had none before. We don't have a sports policy. The former member for Christchurch, for St. Philip West, he started that work. And I'm carrying on that work because you have to put a governance structure and a governance framework in place. The member for St. James Central, he will tell you that. Structure follows strategy. And Mr. Speaker, in order to create the enabling governance environment for the administration and development of sports, we have to look at the sports policy, and also we have to look at the Sports Development Act. A Sports Development Act would bring us on par and on the same level as the first world countries. And we have been looking at Australia's Sports Development Act, India's Sports Development Act. Let's look at those countries, how they're doing in sports. So we have to create that governance framework first and then move forward. And that is what we are doing. We have placed money in the estimates that by the end of this year, by the end of the financial year 2020-2021, we will have a Sports Development Act. Actually, I believe in a month's time, we'll be bringing the sports policy to Cabinet, and thereafter, we will commence drafting of the Sports Development Act, and that will create the general governance framework for sports development in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, while I speak about the sports development and the governance framework, you know, it takes two hands to clap, and it also takes more than one to have an audience. And Mr. Speaker, we are speaking about the Ministry of Sports, Youth Sports and Community Empowerment, but we had one person. Prior to recently, we had one person who came to work daily to look after sports in this country. How can we build a sports economy in this country with one person who comes to work daily to look after creating a sports policy, a Sports Development Act, looking at all the sports tourism, looking at the mental benefits of sports, the health benefits of sports, how we can address violence through sports. And I'm going to speak to those this afternoon. One person under the last administration. Well, as the average Bajan would say, and as they would write in the news, we were really making sport at sports. This government is not about poo-pooing with and I use that word, the member for St. James Central, he loves those words. This government is about poo-pooing with people's lives. Sports is fundamental. We have a situation in this country, we are faced with a situation in this country, and I'm not going to really blame it on COVID-19, because I too put on a little bit of size. But persons, we have had challenges with NCDs, we have had challenges with mental health. I'm not going to blame it on COVID, but these are some of the challenges that we have seen. And within our sports program, our national sports program, this is one of the areas, or two of the areas, I should say, in terms of seeking to bring some respectability to our mental health issues through sports, and also the whole aspect of NCDs. We voted millions of dollars in this estimates and past estimates to address NCDs in this country. And we have within our arsenal the whole avenue of sport that we can use to address this challenge. So the time has come that out of the 60,000 young people that we have in this country, I strongly believe that 45,000 to 50,000, or if not all, should be enrolled in a sports program at primary and at secondary level. We no longer can see sport as secondary to curriculum. We no longer can see it. It is part of the curriculum in this country if we are to really create global citizens who can take the world by storm and become millionaires, and also aid to the economic development and also their own development in first world. We must be able to compete with every single country in most of our sporting disciplines. And I will speak to some of them. So, Mr. Speaker, members of this Lord Chamber, you know, we are talking about developing world-class athletes. And we are now looking at our cricketers, and I have two young cricketers that I admire, and I speak to them pretty often. One is the former captain. He's just taken 5 wickets in the first test. They are Barbadian, and I'm the Minister of Sports, and I ought to know all of our elite athletes in this country. And I must build relationships with every single one of them, and that's my mandate. That's the government's mandate. And I speak with him, and I encourage him to let him know that in every disappointment is a blessing. And we were talking for a while, and here he is now. Had not for his mental toughness and his skill, we would not have been the T20 champions against Sri Lanka. When he shielded that batsman, the number 10 batsman, in the second last over, and he batted all 5 balls, and persons criticized him. But the batsman asked him, as my senior, shield me. And then the last batsman, Fabian Allen, scored the runs in the last over. That is leadership. And that young man, we often criticize these young men. Share Hope is another one. If he scores not, Minister of Sport, speak with him. Encourage him. Here he is now. His average is probably one of the best in the world in one-day cricket. Why are we not boasting and bragging about these young men? Why are we seeking to engage Facebook in a negative way to criticize our elite sportsmen who are doing wonders for this country, who continue to put this country on the map, just like Sir Garfield Sobert, Sir Everton Weeks, Sir Wes Hall, Sir Charlie Griffith? These are men who need our support, not only as a government, but as a people, if we are truly to build Barbados. Criticism sometimes is good, but let's be careful how we don't demoralize some of these young men. And they're young. They're very young. Some are not 30 as yet. So I'm just calling on us as I seek to dive into some aspects of sports. And I want to start with biomechanics. I know my colleagues, and I often reference the member for St. James Central. I want to be like him. You know, he's a very good politician. You know, I like his delivery, so we often smile when he's on the floor. Most of us gather, and that's true. We have world-class debaters in this Lord Chamber, and he's one. But at the end of the day, we are speaking about creating elite athletes and emerging athletes, but we don't have a biomechanics framework like the first world countries, and what that is. I'm not going to get into the technical details of what biomechanics is. Biomechanics basically would tell you, and I love cricket, so I will speak to cricket. biomechanics, if you are bowling at around 110 miles per hour,
Kilometers.
and those persons,
Miles, kilometers.
kilometers, sorry, I'm talking about a car now, sorry. and you are bowling at 110 kilometers per hour. But yet we see the potential in you that you can generate up to like 140 kilometers per hour. Biomechanics teach you that. It studies the body movement. It studies every single action. How you move, even in your batting, your technical flaws. And that is why India is producing so many world-class cricketers, because they have a biomechanics framework in place. We don't have anything like that in this country. But I'm pleased to report that in this estimate, I am pleased to report that in the estimate, this government, under the leadership of Mayor Amor Motley, has placed money to fully develop the biomechanics framework. But what it does also, it also creates jobs opportunities, sports science, in the area of sports science for people. And I'm pleased to report that in the estimates on the sports, we have allocated funding to develop the biomechanics framework in this country to help our elite athletes to enhance their performance and to optimize it. Not only, yes, to optimize it, that's the word, to optimize the performances. Mr. Speaker, thank you, member. Mr. Speaker, we ain't stopped there yet. And I know the honorable member for St. Michael's Southeast is pushing me daily to ensure that a specialist sports center becomes a reality. She is pushing me. Why is she pushing me? This has to do with education as well. When we develop our specialist sports center, and indeed the talks are on the table to make one of our secondary schools that specialist sports center, and that's why the Minister of Education is pushing me. Because at the end of the day, when we have our athletes, the creme de la creme from an early age that we spot them and we put them into an institution where they will develop their sport and discipline, we're now talking about world class. We're now talking about competing with the very best. They go to school and you have world class coaches where they would go to school to only focus on not only their academics, but their sport and discipline. And that is why the member for St. Michael's Southeast is pushing me, because it is a joint effort between the Ministry of Sports and the Ministry of Education. Can we achieve it in this financial year? Probably no, because of COVID, the setback. But what we will do, we will have the framework in this financial year, so that at some point in time, once we have finished that process, we will indeed press the button and we will have a center for sports in this country for young men and women, so that they can develop their niche areas and their various sporting disciplines. Mr. Speaker, we have just created a framework for funding for elite athletes. The Cabinet have approved a development framework and development criteria for funding for elite athletes in this country. We have 2 athletes who are now overseas, and I will call 2 because there are many more that we are looking at. And we are working with the National Sports Council, which is the state-owned enterprise, and also the Barbados Olympic Association, to move most of our emerging athletes into elite athlete status. We have 2 young athletes, Darian King, and I know some members in this chamber will smile as I call that name. Darian King sustained an injury back in 2019. But prior to that injury, or how he got that injury, Darian King was seeded 160th in the world. He had broken that 200th limit. So he was at number 160th in the world. And Darian King was playing the 60th seeded player in the world. And he was leading him 6-2, 4-2, and he sustained an injury. That was very unfortunate. But we will make sure that the Darian Kings of this world get the support in partnership with the BOA, the National Sports Council, and the government. Our aim is to put Barbados back on the map in every single sport and discipline. That's in lawn tennis. Then we have our Akila Jones, 24-year-old Akila Jones. So who want to tell this government not to invest in a working class young lady? Someone who had a challenging life, very astute young lady, a businesswoman in her own right, young businesswoman in her own right, who makes jewelry. Who wants to tell this government not to invest in our elite athletes? And I just name a few. This brings me now to the area, Mr. Speaker, of water sports and beach sports. And those of you who really understand the whole drive to make this country, to make sports an economic, one of the key economic drivers in this country, as we have lost tourism. We have lost tourism. But beach sports work hand in hand with tourism. And we're in the process, Mr. Speaker, of developing various areas of beach sports. Volleyball. We're talking about beach football. There are several areas that we can focus on, and we are doing it jointly. Again, this is unity as we seek to build up Barbados in all areas. You heard me speak about the Ministry of Education. Now I'm talking about tourism. And these are key areas. These are key areas through which we intend to build up sports. Beach sports, Mr. Speaker, can generate tremendous revenue. Kite surfing. We have spoken to someone who's engaged with kite surfing, who's engaged in kite surfing at Silver Sands. Surfing, beach netball, beach cricket. Mr. Speaker, stay tuned this year, and I will say it to Barbados. We intend to build up beach sports in a way that we can see the value to this economy, and also to generate employment. And as I speak to employment, Mr. Speaker, there's one area that I believe we have tremendous potential to create employment. That is in the area of horse racing. Horse racing as well has taken its rightful place as an economic pillar, not locally but internationally. When we hear about Woodbine Common, we speak of Patrick Husbands. But there's more to building out a framework for training for careers in horse racing. We intend to work on establishing a regional horse racing academy. This will offer lifelong skills and to develop individuals in the area of not only riding and jockeying, but stable management. We're talking about horse breeding. We are talking about riding coaches. We are talking about horse trainers and assistant horse trainers. We are talking about groomsmen. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are not only going to be doing this at the garrison, but we have to go into the areas. That is why the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment is a critical link and a critical avenue for developing young people and sports. The Nature Fund Ranch, Mr. Speaker, we have just placed in this estimate money on the youth development for the Nature Fund Ranch. Why? We have a number of at-risk young men and women who are enrolled in that institution. and who love horses. But we should never allow these young men and women to go by the wayside, just to go to the Garrison Savannah to watch racing. We believe all these disciplines that we have mentioned here, once we create this regional horse racing academy, we would build out a lot more Patrick husbands, many more Venice Richards, many more Safi Josephs, many more Jalon Samuels, and he's a favorite of mine, I must say. And I met him as well. I sit down with him and I speak to him about life after horse racing, what he will do, become a manager, stable manager. We have those conversations. We are not going to work to make sport at sport, like the last administration did. And this is very serious. We are also working with the Ministry of Labor to place these skills, member for St. Peter, to place these skills in Canada, America, and the UK within the horse racing market. That is what we are doing within the Ministry of Sport, Youth Sports, and Community Empowerment. But, Mr. Speaker, it will not happen in a day. This is a plan that we have, Mr. Speaker, that is a 5 to 7 year plan. But once we begin the Regional Horse Racing Academy this year, and I have met with some stakeholders, and I have to meet with more stakeholders, because this is how we do business as a government. We don't just meet with one set of persons who have an interest. Meet with all parties, whether it is the Horse Racing Association, the Turf Club. We have met with some jockeys who have had experience overseas and who have returned to these shores to help build up horse racing. That is what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, I have recognized that COVID-19 has changed the whole concept of work and the future of jobs in the world. That's why we are focusing on creating employment opportunities through sports. And this year, we intend, once COVID-19 permits, we usually go to AgriFest to celebrate our agriculture. We usually have areas where the Ministry of Industry, that occur at the Loyal Erskine Sandyford BMEX, which showcases industry. But we have one of the best gymnasiums in the region, if not the best. And we intend to have a day where we can showcase our sport and disciplines and show Barbados and show the region and show the world at the gymnasium what we have to offer in terms of the various sport and discipline. What are the employment opportunities? And we will do that this year, Mr. Speaker, once COVID permits. And I want to thank the National Sports Council for that idea, both the director and the deputy director. And we will make it happen. It will happen this year. Gone is the day when we will be making sport at sports. Sport will take its rightful place in the social, economic landscape of this country under this Barbados Labour Party's government. Whether it is myself, Minister King, or whoever. This brings me, honorable member for St. Philip Wesley. Sorry, I love names. I'm hardly on my feet in this lower chamber, and I often refer to my colleagues by name. So excuse me, Mr. Speaker. This brings me to a critical area as well. One of the final area that I want to speak on, Mr. Speaker, that of boxing.
I remember, I'm being generous to you.
Yes, yes.
You have 3 more minutes. I'm being generous to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were 3 other areas that I want
So you
wanted
can use
to-
a minute
to
for
touch
each,
on.
sir? You can
Yes,
use it.
but I don't think I would do justice to netball and volleyball and also boxing. But let me speak to boxing. But just to say that I have met with the Netball Association, and when I look at the number of females that play that sport, we have over 80 teams in 6 divisions, as well as a super league, ranging from 80 teams. And if you average at 12 person per team with those divisions, we have over 3,000 females in this country that play netball. And the time has come that we need to give netball its rightful place as one of the key sporting disciplines in this country. We are the regional junior champions in netball. On the 16 champions in netball, we are the regional champions. We also have a place at the World Cup, the Junior World Cup, the Youth Netball World Cup. We have made it, which would occur in Fiji in December this year. And we have enjoyed being number 6, number 4 within the Commonwealth. And I must say, cricket is my sport. But if we analyze how netball has performed over the years, netball has performed better than cricket in this country. The time has come for us to give netball its rightful place. Our females must be empowered as well. And I heard the member for St. Thomas speaking about that. So my focus will be on netball, not my focus, our government's focus. I am executing government's plan as minister. So we intend to give a home to the netballers. We intend also to give a home to the volleyballers, which might not occur this year. But I have met with the Volleyball Association. Likewise, volleyball, women and men. We have to give, gone are the days when volleyballers play on an asphalt turf. If you look at first world countries, you examine first world countries, volleyballers play on parquet, wooden floors, so that they're able to fall and get up and bounce back. And if we are truly to become world class within those 2 sporting disciplines, volleyball and netball, we have to look at our infrastructure. And that is what we are doing as a government. My final point, Mr. Speaker, because time has me, and I told you I can speak on sport for 2 hours in this low chamber. This is boxing. Mr. Speaker, just allow me to reference this young man who is a British world-class boxer, Anthony Joshua. He was a 2-time unified world heavyweight champion. 2017, he was voted as the most remarkable athlete ahead of Steph Curry, those of you who follow basketball. In 2009, this young man was placed on remand for fighting. He was placed in a reading prison. He had anger management problems. I guess by now the context has been created for you in the lower chamber. Boxing is one of those avenues through which our young men that are at risk and who have challenges.
I remember, you really want to use the 15 minutes belonging to somebody else.
Thank you,
You
Mr.
really
Speaker.
want to, but you can't.
We have found a home in these estimates. We have found a home for boxing in this country so we can save some young men. And we have a plan here, gloves over guns. And we intend to build up boxing in this country in a major way to help us solve some of the challenges we have as it relates to deviant behavior and also violence. But, Mr. Speaker, as I close, as I take my seat, let me say to Barbados, see sport as critical. The member for St. George North will soon get her facility, pavilion at the Glebe. That will start next month. And we are making sure that capital works to take place within the Ministry of Sports, Youth and Community Empowerment. We just did at St. Joseph. We are going to the Glebe next. Then we are going to Grisette's. Then we are going to St. Philip. So we are indeed making sure that we take our rightful place as this country develops and transform. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being with me.
Honorable Member for St. Michael Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to endorse this appropriation bill under this Barbados Labour Party government. Mr. Speaker, sir, when we first started this journey, we made a pledge to be honest, to put our country first and the people of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are a political party and a government that remains honest. We have the interests of this country at heart. And we made sure that the citizens of this country don't suffer from taxation like the last government did when they were in office. I will not be arrogant, Mr. Speaker, sir, or vain to say that we are a perfect government, but we certainly know how to govern, Mr. Speaker, sir. Under the last government and former Minister of Finance, we were left with 24 downgrades, Mr. Speaker, sir. We came to office, we had to suspend our debt payments and enter into an arrangement with the IMF, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we had to restructure our debt and to put a payment plan in place, Mr. Speaker, sir. Not because we wanted to, but because the last government and Minister of Finance left the taxpayers and the government of this country bankrupt, Mr. Speaker, sir. This government was given the opportunity to borrow, and we continue to spend, Mr. Speaker, sir, the taxpayers' money wisely. Can you imagine that despite these challenging times that our economy has to endure, this government has created more jobs during this crisis than any other government, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the history of Barbados. We were able to create and employ the 360-degree workers under the NCC, the school monitor attendants under the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, sir, the NAB One Health Program under the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the additional workers under the National Conservation Commission, Mr. Speaker, sir. And to add to that, Mr. Speaker, sir, the National Soil Erosion and Recharge Program under the Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, sir. But still, the Democratic Labour Party, the President, and her political opportunist, who is the first Vice President of that party, Mr. Speaker, sir, continue to attack this government, behaving like a child, Mr. Speaker, sir, who continues to throw tantrums and crying like if he needs breast milk, Mr. Speaker, sir. But this government has done more for small businesses, Mr. Speaker, sir, than the Democratic Labour Party did in 10 years, Mr. Speaker, sir. And since the start of this pandemic, this government did nothing else but to protect and provide for the people of this country. And we understand the seriousness of this pandemic, how it affected our economy, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the lives of our people, not only in Barbados, but across the world, Mr. Speaker, sir. Suffice to say, this government took it upon itself to inject $10 million in the welfare department. Not because we could do it, Mr. Speaker, sir, but to make sure that the vulnerable people in this country do not suffer like they did under the last Democratic Labour Party administration. We are facing a pandemic, and we are losing $2 billion in revenue, Mr. Speaker, sir. And despite that, we still sacrifice to implement the Adopt a Family program in order to provide $600, Mr. Speaker, sir, for over 6 months to help the vulnerable people in this country and to ensure, Mr. Speaker, sir, that families and individuals in this country do not have to suck salt like they did under the Democratic Labour Party under the last administration, Mr. Speaker, sir. And can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, sir, if we had a government with one person who acted as an economist, a financial advisor, a political strategist, along with being an incompetent Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, sir, where will this country be today, Mr. Speaker, sir? And that was the role of the former Minister of Finance under the last administration, Mr. Speaker, sir. And one good thing, or shall I say, one of the good things about the Barbados Labour Party government, especially now that we are navigating during this pandemic, we are blessed to have 5 economists, Mr. Speaker, sir. We are blessed to have the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. We are blessed to have the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central, Mr. Speaker, sir. And to add to that, Dr. Kevin Greenidge as well, and Ambassador Dr. Clay Maskell as well. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker, sir, no other than Professor Avinash Prasad, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we have a Prime Minister that knows how to lead, Mr. Speaker, sir. How can the Democratic Labour Party ever take it upon themselves or have the audacity, Mr. Speaker, sir, to attack the performance of this government, Mr. Speaker, sir? They did not tell the last government, who were in office for 10 years, to stop thieving the taxpayers' money, Mr. Speaker, sir. Or the financial mismanagement that the last government did in the last 10 years. They did not have the audacity to speak to them and to correct the former Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, sir. And to add to that, they supported the actions of the government, of the former government, Mr. Speaker, sir. But the Democratic Labour Party have the testicles to want to tell us that we can do more than what we are presently doing now, Mr. Speaker, sir. But when they had the opportunity to do, they did nothing for this country in the last 10 years when they were in office, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I can remember, sir, when the former Minister of Finance took it upon himself to cut the 1,300 income tax return in half, and taxpayers could not get back the $650 that he had promised them under the 10 years that they were in office, Mr. Speaker, sir. But I know for a fact that the other half was going in his pocket.
I remember be a little bit circumspect.
Well, sir,
I remember. Please listen.
Is alleged.
Or remember, please listen. Be a little more circumspect in the use of your language in this honorable chamber. Just be a little more circumspect. While I appreciate and understand the exuberance in delivering your speech, one has to be careful to use language that is for all intents and purposes, parliamentary and remain parliamentary. Continue on, member.
Thank you, sir, for your guidance. Sir, it is alleged that the other half was going in flat screen TVs and tablets, Mr. Speaker, sir. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, I can honestly say that when this government came to office in 2018, we gave back the taxpayers of this country the 1,300 tax return that the former government had cut in half, Mr. Speaker, sir. And on top of that, we are presently spending $62.6 million, Mr. Speaker, sir. $62.6 million, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this year alone in income tax return. Can you imagine that? And we are giving it back to the hardworking citizens who it belonged to, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we did not put it in our pockets like it was alleged that the last government did, Mr. Speaker, sir. We are not doing that. And let us be honest. And let us be truthful, Mr. Speaker, sir. 10 years of poor governance and now a pandemic that this government have to deal with. 10 years of no performance, Mr. Speaker, sir. 10 years of no productivity, Mr. Speaker, sir, under the last administration. No? 10 years of no economic growth, Mr. Speaker, sir, under the last administration. 10 lost years that this country had to endure, Mr. Speaker, sir, under the last Democratic Labour Party government. And now, a COVID-19 pandemic we are faced with. Mr. Speaker, sir. And the old people will say that something like this you will consider an unlucky blow to our economy. 10 lost years, and now a COVID-19 pandemic. That's a double blow, Mr. Speaker, sir. A double blow that this government now have to endure when it comes to dealing with this economy. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to assure you and the people of Barbados that our Prime Minister, along with her team, we will pull this country out of this crisis, Mr. Speaker, sir. The only person that can reverse 10 lost years and reverse this pandemic is God, Mr. Speaker, sir. And the Barbados Labour Party came to office in 2018, Mr. Speaker, sir, and produced 10 years of work. 10 years of work, Mr. Speaker, sir, in 3 years. Can you believe that? We produced 10 years of work in 3 years, Mr. Speaker, sir. We are not God, Mr. Speaker, sir, but we did it in the middle of a crisis, Mr. Speaker, sir. And one thing that I can assure you is that this government have God on our side. That is one thing that I can assure you, that this government have God on our side, Mr. Speaker, sir. And let us be honest, Mr. Speaker, sir, and be truthful. 10 lost years. Not a garbage truck in those 10 lost years. Not a bus in those 10 lost years. Not a paved road in those 10 lost years. But you will hear a former member for the Democratic Labour Party telling the good citizens of Barbados that potholes save lives. Or the former Prime Minister, who it was, because I can't remember. But potholes save lives. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, when we compare the last Democratic Labour Party government against the present Barbados Labour Party government, look at our track record, Mr. Speaker, sir. Don't be biased. Look at our track record. I admit the truth. Garbage trucks, were purchased during this crisis. Buses were purchased during this crisis. Roads getting paved during this crisis, Mr. Speaker, sir. Jobs are being created during this crisis, Mr. Speaker, sir. Small businesses are being helped, and more to come during this crisis, Mr. Speaker, sir. We must be honest, and we must be truthful, Mr. Speaker, sir. You feel that this Barbados Labour Party, or should I say, you feel that the government or the country will be better off under the merciless hands of the Democratic Labour Party? Huh? The merciless hands of the Democratic Labour Party? Huh? Huh? Sir, we will be facing two pandemics, Mr. Speaker, sir. We will be facing the global COVID-19 pandemic, and we will be facing the democratic financial pandemic. Under the hands of the former Minister of Finance. This country, we will be dead in this country today, Mr. Speaker, sir. Dead, as Odo O'Neill. In this country, Mr. Speaker, sir. Dead. Without any apology, Mr. Speaker, sir, we will be dead in this country. I thank God for the leader that we have and the Prime Minister, the Honorable Member for St. Michael Northeast, Mr. Speaker, sir. But then we have a member that want to be hiding about under this government like a pellicoat. But we have no mercy for him. None whatsoever we have, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I want to assure the people of this country that we are in good hands under the leadership of the member for St. Michael Northeast, Mr. Speaker, sir. And the team that the member have under her, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I can assure you with confidence and with God at our side, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we will overcome this pandemic and all the challenges that this government and this country are presently enduring, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to assure the people of Barbados that without a doubt, to don't lose hope and to don't lose faith, that we will remain focused and we will remain and we will steer the course, Mr. Speaker, sir, when it comes to doing what is best, not only for the country, but to protect the vulnerable, Mr. Speaker, sir, in this country, Mr. Speaker, sir. And to God be the glory for all that he has done for us, Mr. Speaker, sir. To God be the glory. Because without God, sir, I don't know where Barbados will be today, especially under the Democratic Labour Party. And I don't understand why the Democratic Labour Party and the president and the first vice president seem to think that they have what it takes to pull this country out of what we are going through right now. They don't have the substance, Mr. Speaker, sir. They can't even stand up in the member of St. Michael Northeast shoes, Mr. Speaker, sir. I don't understand. But then again, that's politics, That's politics, right? But I want to assure the people of Barbados, don't ever become weary. Don't ever become weary. If you want to become weary of the first vice president of the Democratic Labour Party, and become weary of the president of the Democratic Labour Party. Those are what you will consider political opportunists, because they seem to think that because they got a pandemic, that they can ride on the backs of poor people and ride on the backs of people in this country, to seem to think that they can win a seat or two in the next general election.
What you want to remember?
Mr. Speaker, sir, but I want to assure the people of this country that the Barbados Labour Party government really have the interest of not only the country, but the people and the citizens of this country at heart, Mr. Speaker, sir. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I will conclude by echoing the words of Prophet Jeremiah 29:11, Mr. Speaker, sir. For I know the plans that I have for you, Mr. Speaker, sir, says the Lord. Plans for good and not disaster, Mr. Speaker, sir. Plans to give hope and a future for this country, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank you. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I support this appropriation bill and the estimates that this government have laid out in this parliament. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Lucie.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my voice, my strong, unequivocal support to the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the years 2021 to 2022. Indeed, it is perhaps difficult for me now to see, to come after a very enlightened and passionate speech of who we normally would refer to as the baby in Parliament, the most quiet person within the government on this side. I am glad to have known him, and I remember quite well that when I first met the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northwest in our headquarters a few years leading up to 2018, he was like a lamb. I am pleased this evening to see how he has matured and how he has really brought representation to a new level. Always out there on the behalf of his constituents, and indeed making a very valuable contribution to debates and discussions in and out of this chamber. Mr. Speaker, I would not be as long perhaps as many of my colleagues might have been in terms of utilizing their full half an hour, and I will stick within the time frames which we would want to, which we have been assigned, merely to assist and accommodate, because we know there are others that want to make a contribution. And I support these estimates, Mr. Speaker, particularly so because this government, more than any other, has been called on to carry out not just a rescue mission when we came into office in 2018, but at this point in time as well, Mr. Speaker, we've been called on to navigate this ship of state through very murky, treacherous, and uncharted waters. The exercise, Mr. Speaker, called for vision, commitment, hard work, and all of these are has characterized the approach of this government. The pandemic, more than anything else, the pandemic called COVID-19, has made all the other challenges and those things which confronted us when we came into office, because we knew what they were as we planned our strategy. And so we could plan for them and see how we would approach, what approach we would have, and how we would be able to get over. But the pandemic does not have a history. There is no handbook on the COVID-19 pandemic. It struck the world hard and fast, and moved through every country, bringing virtual countries to their knees. And Mr. Speaker, sir, anything that can stop the entire world, perhaps all at the same time, it is indeed very, very challenging. It has made the other work of this government and the challenges that we had as we came into office, Mr. Speaker, look like a Sunday school. But in the midst of it all, Mr. Speaker, this government, ministry by ministry after ministry after ministry, has responded to the call. And I can only quote, as in the book of Esther, Mr. Speaker, and I say to this government, I say to our Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Member for St. Michael Northeast as well, and all my colleagues, as stated in the book of Esther, the Old Testament book, as her uncle Mordecai said to her, "You have come to the kingdom for such a time like this." And I say that this Mayor Motley-led administration has come to office, Mr. Speaker, for such a time as this. And I am glad to be part of this administration. And I believe, with all my heart, that this government will become to be known as one of the most progressive, hardworking, and transformational administrations in the history of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, sir, I cut my proverbial ministerial teeth at the Ministry of Transport, Works, and Maintenance. I was guided there, Mr. Speaker, nurtured, and working alongside the Honorable Member for Christchurch West. Together, we were able to manage and operate that ministry and to mobilize the public servants there, Mr. Speaker, into producing what the government thought, or following the policy roadmap of the government. And Mr. Speaker, I will speak a little later. I will just draw some attention to a number of things that we're able to get done. But having been reassigned, Mr. Speaker, to the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, under the astute leadership of the Honorable Member for St. Philip South, a very hard-working servant not only of the people of St. Philip South, but also the people of Barbados. And I was amazed, Mr. Speaker, when we sat in meetings at that ministry, as I came there, as to how the Honorable Member managed and was able to mobilize. Now, we have to understand, and let me paint the picture clearly, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot, I've always been told there's something in a name. There are people, mothers, and the Honorable Member for St. Philip North will say this. The Honorable Member for St. Thomas can say this. When you go to name your child, you normally would look for a name with some sort of meaning. In most cases, Mr. Speaker, a name says something. That's my point. A name says something. And the naming of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, tells all of us what the Honorable Prime Minister was thinking when this ministry was named. It didn't say Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, or agriculture and tack something else onto it. It was given a name that specified or that suggested it must have a singular focus, Mr. Speaker. Focus on agriculture and focus on food security. None of us have crystal balls. We can look into and see what is going to happen down the road. But we recognize now, Mr. Speaker, with the coming of the pandemic, that it was absolutely important that the focus of this particular ministry, not just by name now, but the focus of this particular ministry was followed. And so, at the Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, we have employed a number of methodologies, and our focus has been to look in every way how we can increase production in this country, food production. Mr. Speaker, I remember in 2019, not yet then being part of the ministry, but I journeyed to St. Philip to the launch of the Farmers Empowerment and Enfranchisement Drive called the Feed Program. That was in, I think, May 2019, 1 year after we had assumed office. I heard the honorable leader of the opposition spoke yesterday and perhaps tried to marginalize and question the contribution of the Ministry of Agriculture, the work of the minister and ministers now responsible, and all of that. And Mr. Speaker, I am not here this evening to spend the time, the limited time that I have on the leader or dealing with the leader of the opposition. But I am going to let it be known that what I heard yesterday coming from the honorable leader of the opposition, member for St. Michael West, was similar to what I heard and therefore represent, in my view, a regurgitation of a speech made by a certain individual at Flat Rock in the by-election in November, and the individual from this side. The individual was the same individual, similar to the leader of the opposition, who fled the ranks of this party. A regurgitation, Mr. Speaker. And then, in all of that, the honorable member for St. Michael West stated, when you're desperate, you would do any desperate thing. His words, not mine. His words, not mine. But my words would be to him, confession is good for the soul. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you a bit as I stand here this evening on the feed program. This program was introduced and have as main objectives a number of things, and I'm not going to go through all. But first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, is to reduce levels of poverty and increase employment, particularly among vulnerable groups, including women and the youth. To ensure long-term national food and nutrition security through improved access to safe and nutritious foods. One more, I will state, Mr. Speaker, one more objective, and that would be to facilitate sustainable development of the agricultural sector through improved access to land and inputs for agricultural production and development. This is why this program was put in place. And Mr. Speaker, you don't just put a program in place, but you put a program in place with objectives, and then obviously you have to target a certain people. You have to have your targets. And who are the targets? Who are the beneficiaries of this program? We unfortunately, as a government, had to in our program to rescue Barbados, we had to downsize, so to speak, and bring to order a number of things which were happening in the public service, the bloated public service. The public service where, Mr. Speaker, the last administration sent people through one door and bring them back through the next and said they were fixing the problems of Barbados. And rather than fix, they made the problems worse. And we took the courage as a government to fix it. But we didn't fix it and leave those people out there, Mr. Speaker. We created from time to time, and we are still creating opportunities for those people to get to benefit. God, they still have to live. They still have to eat. They still have to send to school their children. And so retrenched public servants are the beneficiaries, are those who should benefit from this program, especially those who have training and experience or even an interest in agriculture. Then there are the unemployed who might not be able to find employment anywhere. This program is supposed to help them as well. You have cooperatives, groups that may want to put together, may want to be involved in agriculture. Female heads of households, all these are persons who can benefit, who are the targets, who are the beneficiaries of this feed program, Mr. Speaker. And what has happened to date? Right now, there are 1,181 applicants, persons who have come into the feed program, who have applied. We have thus far trained 330 of them. Our last training finished, and yes, the pandemic might have interrupted the physical person-to-person training. But what we have done online training using G Suite, similar to in education. And those that we have trained in the first cohort, Mr. Speaker, they have been placed on lands. And where are these lands? You have land at Montpelier, St. Lucie. There's land in St. Andrew at Borders. You have St. John, where you have the Bath and those areas. St. Philip. And Mr. Speaker, as part of the feed program, will be a new private-public partnership at Lears, where there's 100 acres. Mr. Speaker, so we're not just catering to the rural areas, we are catering to St. Michael and the borders of St. Michael, because we are giving opportunity to every Barbadian and those who are interested in agriculture. And you heard the Honorable Member, Mr. Speaker, for St. Philip South, the Minister spoke of a new program that will be bringing, and I'm not going to say much about that because he's going to deal with that, and that's going to be rolled out. But it will benefit every one of us, including the Honorable Member for St. Michael West, his constituents as well as ours, Mr. Speaker. But these lands, you're not just given land, you're trained. The program trains, the feed program trains. You get irrigation drip lines. You get boots. You get seedlings. All these things to give you a start, Mr. Speaker. And the Honorable Member for St. Philip South was honest. This is an honest government. If you are heading anything and you are heading any ministry, any organization, and you are not satisfied with where it is, it does not help you or the organization for you to make people believe that all is well or it is where you want it to be. Anybody have the right, and I compliment the honorable member for St. Philip South for stating, look, it is not where we want to be, it has not delivered as we want. We realize that there are some issues and we will fix them. But it seemed to the honorable member for St. Philip, for St. Michael West, that something was wrong with that. There's anything wrong with that. You have to be honest as any individual, and or we know on this side that in every situation we have to be honest with the people of Barbados. We have to be forthright. But this program, we are determined will work. And we have identified some issues and we are going to fix them. Because there are people out there looking for opportunity, looking for opportunities in agriculture. Another 300 persons 300 persons more will be trained, and this will begin shortly sometime early in April. Another 300 persons. 300 will be trained. And as I said, once these are trained, they are placed and given the inputs that they need in lands all across Barbados, especially in the country, in the areas I identified just now, Mr. Speaker, sir. So this ministry is working. The government, Mr. Speaker, is working because we recognize more than anything else that we have been elected to serve, and we've been elected. The people have given us their confidence, and overwhelmingly so, and we will not disappoint them. The honorable member for St. Philip South didn't go into much details, but we know that there's an increase in domestic crop production in 2020 over 2019 by some 7%. Vegetable imports decreased, Mr. Speaker, sir, because of the work done and the improvement in what we have been able, Mr. Speaker, to get from our farmers here. Fresh fruits import decreased by 3%. Mr. Speaker, and I got to talk a bit, I'm going to just share a bit about now the Greenland Livestock Station, which when we went, tattered and torn, bruised, lick up, as the saying would go. I ain't saying mash up and buy back because we ain't mash it up. But we brought it back. And we're in the process of bringing it back. To develop the black belly sheep industry, you heard the Honorable Prime Minister say she wants $1 million. And we thought that this is perhaps, this ain't doable, man. This is hard. But under the astute leadership and direction of Dr. McLean, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Leroy McLean, and we thank him for what he's doing there, along with one of the public servants whom we had to reassign from the ministry and send to the Greenland Livestock, and we've seen a turnaround, Mr. Speaker. And that program has now begun to take shape. People, you know, when people are skeptical about something, as my mother or grandmother or my aunt would tell me, you just scotch the wheel, you know. They may want it going forward to put something in scotch. And if you, those of you who might be older than I am or as old as I am, would know that, you know, the dray car. You remember the dray car that they had? I noticed as a little boy that the farmers, they had a lot of tractors in those days, but I know that this dray car when it was cutting grass and it was going down the hill, a hill down by me, they had this cast iron thing like a shoe that would put under the wheel. You know, the Draker had the big wheels. You had this in order for the brakes. You had this cast iron thing you push right on the wheel, and it would just, rather than rolling, that wheel would just skate and go down so and slow it down. And they got some people in some areas at some points in time that try to scorch the wheels of progress. That happens sometimes. But Mr. Speaker, sir, we had to make some changes at the Greenland Livestock Station. Mr. Speaker, in order to assist and to push the black belly sheep program, and we are seeing that taking shape right now, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the public servant who's there heading that. As a matter of fact, I want to thank all the persons within the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security who have worked hard, being pushed, and being told, yes, you can do it, and walking alongside the honorable members for St. Philip South and working alongside the member for St. Lucie. We've been able to motivate and tell them we can do this. Agriculture has a place too long. As a matter of fact, before people only saw agriculture as hoe and basket and a fork. But we got as a back breaking exercise, people didn't want to get into it. Young people didn't want to get into it. And Mr. Speaker, I went into my constituency on Sunday evening, and again last night when I left here. And a person said to me, well, how can I get, and Minister, it is important that program that you're bringing, because somebody showed me some land. This is why God, hey, you want to do something with this. How you can get some sheep? I said, we got a feed program. You can join that, and you can get some blackberry sheep, because the feed program gives you free of charge 3 ewes and a ram. Only Sunday, I met another youngster who's interested in the black belly sheep aspect of the feed program, Mr. Speaker. So we are progressing well. And I can only say to my colleagues and members of this House that this ministry and this administration has been doing, and I heard the honorable member for St. Michael Northwest said, we have done 10 years' work already. Not 3 years, 2 years, 9 months, 3 weeks, and 6 days. 2 years, 9 months, 3 weeks, and 6 days, Mr. Speaker. This administration had delivered and delivered tremendously, and we ain't done yet. Huh? When you talk about the tremendous work that the Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Resources has done between the Honorable Minister, member for St. Michael West Central, the Honorable member for Christchurch West, the Honorable member for St. John, and the Honorable member for St. Lucie, we have had 47 new buses. 47 new buses. You can imagine that in 2 years, 9 months, 3 weeks, and 6 days, we have purchased 47 new buses, having not purchased any, haven't been purchased by the past administration for 10 years. And not just any buses, electric top-of-the-line buses. We have done work, Mr. Speaker, in the areas of flood mitigation at Wharton, at Murphy's Pasture, recently at Checker Hall, at Maycock Terrace, building a bridge, a new bridge in Pike Corner in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. And I had the sad situation where we lost a life. We had 2 flood events as a result of climate change. 2 flood events, November 9th, 2019, and November 14th, 2020. Mr. Speaker, but the ministry, MTW is doing work all across this country, all across. We bought in equipment, we paving roads. The Ministry of Labor and Social Partnership Relations doing work, and we understand that the minimum wage may not be what it ought to be, but we are starting somewhere. You have to start somewhere, Mr. Speaker. And we will get there. A dollar didn't just become a dollar. A dollar can be made up of, you don't ain't got no sense. No, 25 cents, 10 cents, 4 quarters, 3 quarters, 2 10 cents, and a 5 cent. It can be made up, but it's a dollar anyhow when it's done. And we are working, Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Environment and National Beautification, Ministry of People's Empowerment, for the first time, Mr. Speaker, in a situation where governments, and there's a former Prime Minister, I understand that, said, Mr. Speaker, he would not like to have to run a country now, but a Barbados Labour Party administration, through the Ministry of People Empowerment, were able to give out over 60,000 care packages. And as they came to 80,000, sorry, and as they came to St. Lucia, I remember somebody was videotaping. Somebody told me this person was videotaping. And they said, oh Lord, they were visiting not somebody from this country. Oh Lord, we never see it. So this is absolutely, in their language, this is absolutely fantastic. This is amazing. All the way from over there. This government, Mr. Speaker, means business. And I'm not going to delay this house any longer, Mrs. because I realize that there are others that may want to come after me. We have other business in the house to fix. But I say, and I close off, Mr. Speaker.
You know that you really get extra time. You were given extra time, sir.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You actually had extra time, sir. Just thought I would let you know.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was waiting for you to tell me land or take the Concord.
No, I want you to land Concord. As my friend had said from Arm Jefferson, James Sanders said the Concord can't really move from there, you see, so it can't land.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But I will close with this line from a song at church. And I say to this administration, forward still, 'tis Jehovah's will. And Bishop would identify with this. Though the billows may dash and tread, but with a conquering tread, we will push ahead. For God will roll the seas away for Barbados. God bless you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Philip North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remember once I spoke after the Honourable Prime Minister, and it was intimidating. After these 2 gentlemen, it's worse. It's worse. The enthusiasm, I'm not sure if I can mount it, but I will try. The only Bible verse coming to me right now, in fact, is go to the Antler Slugger, and I can't find a place for it. So I will try as I may to get to out what I wanted to say. In support of this bill, I want to thank many of the ministers, if not all of them, for the work they have done in St. Philip North. I'm speaking specifically about the garbage collection. We went from garbage collection every 2, 3, 4 weeks to every week like clockwork now. I'm grateful for that. That was money well spent. The bus system, none of my constituents really are complaining about spending hours in the bus stand anymore, and I'm happy about that too, so thank you very much. They are now driving in air-conditioned comfort in a quiet bus. I want to thank the Minister for Christchurch West. He's actively helping to repair the houses in parish land. Funny enough, they were in great disrepair from the previous representatives to St. Philip North, who managed to contract quite incompetent contractors, and it was quite amusing to see him representing the members of the community with respect to having the houses repaired, but to each his own. I want to thank the Minister for Christchurch West Central. We welcome the debushing program, especially in St. Philip, which is probably more houses than Bush, so we really appreciate that. And for the play part in Church Village, the residents are very happy about that. I want to thank as well the ministers for the members of Parliament for St. John and St. Michael West Central, who have promised me road repairs, and you know what they say about promises, but I won't hold to that. That promises are a comfort to a fool. I have in faith. Minister of Education for the donation of tablets to many of my 5 schools in the constituency. A vexing problem of mine was brought up by the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast with respect to the water course in River, where one of my constituents was given a little trouble in freeing up the water for the farmers, and I'm so happy to hear that that is about hopefully to be resolved. She mentioned renaming of a park, of Queen's Park, and it's here I want to put the plug in again, along with Professor Henry Fraser, with respect to renaming the Tree Houses Park after Florence Dish, who donated the property, I believe. The minister, the honourable member for St. George South, he spoke about developing sports, and I want him to remind him that from the last representative, my colleague beside me, I had requested a completion of a hard court just at the St. Mark's Community Center, reminding him about that. There are a few things I want to address. A friend of mine in here, a well-known member in here, not saying member of Parliament, warned me that I must not be controversial today, so I will really make the effort. Really not controversial. Nothing that I'm saying is a hit on the government right now, but I want to bring up some issues and answer to some. The Honourable Prime Minister spoke about the Community Elder Care Program, the vision of the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, which is a wonderful program which seeks to hire some 500 people in an effort to look after the elderly in the communities. You're a social worker, so you understand the elderly in communities who need a little companionship, as she said before, with regard, as the member for St. Thomas said, with a little help with combing here or keeping people company. Just to update the members in here, the supervisors have been on the road since November last year, all of the supervisors, and their role being to investigate referrals for the elderly, who would qualify, who wouldn't qualify, and to sell in the idea of the elder care program. So that was their job and still is their job. To date, we have over 140 companions in the field, and this number is growing every week. The holdback, like most members in here would have said, or had said, would be the COVID situation. Because with the lockdown and so on, for a few reasons, the potential recipients who had applied for the program, some of them expressed concern with respect to COVID entering their homes, so they actually put the program on hold. So that was one of the issues. All of them did not qualify, but as soon, in terms of they had family members who were there to look after them, or they may have been having home help, as the Honourable Minister said, Member of Parliament for St. Thomas said, it's not meant to be a overlap of duties for the home helpers and the elder care companions. But every week the program is expanding, but we could only put companions out depending on the elders we have to, that we have on board. But information will be out to the public shortly. More information will be out to the public shortly. So our focus now really is to get the companions tested. Some have already been tested, because we really don't want to end up with a situation like the management of the NAB when some of the members came down with COVID. I want to touch on a few things here. Great praise to the Honourable Member for the City Ministry of Health and Wellness. I think he continues to do a good job with respect to the COVID. I had planned to speak about the rollout, my ideas for the rollout of the second wave of the vaccine, but we could save that for another time in the interest of time. If I do finish on time, I will go back there. I'm proud of the plans to tackle cancer in the communities, as they call it, the cancer plan, where they seek to prevent cancers, treat cancers. And it's here I want to bring out a bit of a problem I have, and I alluded to it somewhat within the estimates, but I can expand on it now even more. I truly believe that there is room there, that there is need for palliative care, whether it be by fully government funded or government assisted. There needs to be a place for palliative care for people who are dying, for the dying in our community. I have an experience recently, because I visited her this morning to put up a drip, where a patient who opted to come home, she's terminal, opted to come home from the hospital, basically, in a sense, was punished for that. So she was sent home with no guidance with respect to terminal care, no guidance to the families, not a Panadol, Mr. Speaker. We have dogs going to Canada for homes. And I think it is so wrong that we are letting our patients be discharged from hospital without a plan for their care up till death. And that is really, really needed. I was happy to hear the members in the for the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Miriam Hines, actually, Director of the Drug Service, giving me information on how to basically get expensive medications for patients. Patients need to be educated on that, as well as the doctors, because I really did not, maybe I knew, but I forgot. So palliative care is important. Here is where, I bring in the funding for non-governmental agencies with respect to cancer care, in particular the cancer support services. Of course, I always check my facts before I come in here, but their subventions have been basically cut to half over the last few years. Which is basically crippling them. They have to reduce the hours that they work, the days that they work from 5, maybe overtime 2 to 3 days. And I want to give you an idea of what Cancer Support Services does, to give you an idea of the kind of spending that they do. And I am begging the Ministry of Health to please reconsider the funding for Cancer Support Services. They have signed a memorandum of understanding with the QEH to adopt Ward C4. Most of us know that Ward C4 is for cancer patients, treatment, dying. That's what it's there for. They have adopted Ward C4. They are responsible for painting the ward. They provide curtains, the curtains that go around the bed, and that costs some $20,000, and there are 4 sets. They're special material. They provide that. $20,000 by 4 times a year they're changed. They provide bed linen to move away from the white sheets. They provide colors, lime green for instance. They provide that to every bed on the ward. They have refurbished the treatment room and the transition room. Transition room when you're transitioning to the other side, as some people would say. Painted a mural on the wall of the transition room that people can die in peace. They have given the ward a front desk, Mr. Speaker. At the end of this, I want somebody to disagree with me that they need the help. They have a long closets where patients who do not have clothes or toiletries can borrow or use materials from there. They provide hospital beds, hospital-type beds for patients when they are discharged and the money is going up. They provide oxygen for these patients when they get home. They provide wheelchairs. They offer PSA screening for men who want to check on their prostates for free. They provide private ambulances for patients who need to go to and from the hospital. Money, Mr. Speaker. I benefited from them on several occasions with respect to continuing medical education, where I have to get my credits to be re-registered. They have taught me a lot, bringing lecturers from overseas and so on. They facilitate patients traveling overseas. For instance, like the honorable member for St. Michael's Southeast. What she did overseas, they facilitate that for other patients. Money, Mr. Speaker. They provide training for nurses on palliative enrichment, palliative care for patients. They're receiving no or little donations at this point in time because they usually get donations when people have funerals, which really non-existent now in terms of a collection. They get donations from fundraisers, which can't happen in the COVID situation. So with that, we can see how the money is wrapped up. They need help to decrease funding over the last 3 years from X amount to half the amount is really putting a strain on them. So I'm really pleading with the Ministry of Health to have a look and the executive officer at the QEH to sit and have a discussion with them because they form a useful part in our community. NCDs do not only involve diabetic care, hypertension, it involves cancer, all types of cancer. Breast cancer is forefront in the death of women in Barbados and basically in the rest of the world, prostate cancer, and everybody does not have a good story. People die every day. Doctors need to be educated in terms of palliative care. That was never part of my training. I learned it as I worked. Doctors need to know that these people are alive. When they speak over their heads that they're about to die, that has happened to my patient. We need to educate the staff in terms of how to deal with the death and dying in the hospital and outside of the hospital. I was so disappointed that that lady came out of hospital, as I said before, with not even a Panadol for pain. And cancer pain is excruciating. So I really want them to have a look at that. The last thing, depending on time, I want to speak about the issues, to some extent, of the government industrial school, for the girls especially, but these goings on are also at the boys' school. And this is not putting any finger pointing at this government. These issues have existed before this government was instituted. And I am really not happy with what's happening. I'm happy that the minister has responded so quickly to the issue. I'm not sure that termination of the board without termination of staff members, I can't really get that gel. Because at the end of the day, the board is not physically there on a day-to-day basis. Staff members are responsible for the ill treatment, the alleged, let me put it that way, the alleged ill treatment of the inmates at the institutions. And I think that needs to be addressed. And when I say staff members, I mean retired people. I don't think that retirement should be a pass and being accountable for these issues. You cannot have girls and boys, but I know more about the girls section, that need to see a doctor and their parents are not told, other than a lawyer might call them and say, get down to the psychiatric hospital, your daughter down there, go and see what's happened. And to put it in the raw terms, you cannot have a girl going to a doctor to cock up in front of the doctor and the mother not there. These things have been going on. You cannot ignore the fact when somebody has a swelling in the mouth that nothing wrong with she, and they say that on purpose, I know my English. When you hear the fact that she was beaten in the government industrial school, these things have been going on and ignored, and I compliment the honorable member for St. Michael East on taking the initiative to sort it out, to investigate it, but I am pleading with him to also have a look into Christchurch East, to have a look into the male section of the school, which is in Dawes? In Dawes. We have to investigate allegations of abuse there. And they are there, whether we choose to sweep it onto the carpet or not. And I speak as a female, yes, but as a parent, yes. As a citizen of Barbados, I hate to see Barbados going down this road. It needs to be addressed. And this extends to some extent to the Child Care Board. And you know what? When you think of it, it extends even further. The mother, let me give you an example. She's now my patient of this alleged case. And I do not divulge any confidential information here. We would have spoken. If you have a child that's missing, this happened in this case, because we all know in the paper that she was picked up for wandering at a ridiculous bail amount of $10,000 cash. That's your area, Mr. Speaker. I won't get into that. But I thought it was ridiculous for a 14-year-old, but I am not a lawyer, and I'm not a magistrate or a judge. She got information on where her daughter was when she went missing, called the police office, the police station. Excuse me, sir, I think I know where my daughter is. Hold on a minute, Mr. Speaker, I wish I could give you the words, but my mother never taught me to curse. I'm going to use the letters. He put the phone on the side and said, this effing woman on the phone talking about some effing missing girl, it cannot begin at the police. Police officers have to attend to cases like this urgently. You can't wait till a child is beaten or a child dies, and it applies to women too. Women here are battered. I had a lady that was, her ex-husband choked her. She called the police. The police drove past her house to his house, Mr. Speaker. She was outside waiting for them to stop. Drove past her house, spoke to him, stopped at her where she spoke to them through a car window and left. What would have happened when he returned to choke her? We need to take the law seriously in this country, especially when it comes to children and women. I am really invested in that. Children and women, you have to investigate apart from the school. You have to investigate complaints that reach the police stations and the response of the police officers. Too many people are dying. Unless you tell police officers that there's a gun, and I'm not licking all of them, they're good police officers and bad. They're good doctors and bad doctors, they're good lawyers and bad lawyers. I'm not picking on any particular sector, but we have to go back to where it all begins. I do not believe, I really don't feel that UNICEF needed to be consulted. It's prudent to do it. But I don't feel UNICEF needed to be consulted in a case like the GIS. Anybody would know that a child should not be locked up in a jail cell without toilet facilities for, I think it was 3 days, only being let out in the morning to go to the bathroom. How would you like that for your daughter, Mr. Speaker? That she has to stoop on the floor in a corner to urinate because she can't get out because everybody else is downstairs while she's screaming? These things are reality. And you know me by now, I really don't hide my mouth and I don't speak out of turn because I investigate my issues. And these things are reality at this place. These things are reality. And we need to put appropriate staff, qualified social workers and teachers, not a teacher that's also filling in as a driver. If they're hired as teachers, let them act as teachers. I don't even know where I am on this paper, it's just getting too hot. But these are things that need to be addressed in the government industrial school.
You have good time, Honor. Honor, remember you have good time.
Good. Let me just look through and see what I missed. And I see criticisms with respect to how the information got out to the media about this young lady, beautiful young lady, I might add. And I'm almost ashamed at the response of some of the members of the public with respect to crying down the chairman, the past now, and deputy chair for trying to get this information out. I know personally they were trying for longer than this. And regardless of the way it was done, I really don't like the way it was done, but the way it was done, the point is something will have to happen. Sometimes you have to keep a lot of noise to get things done. I know more about that photograph than you think, and I refuse to say it right here because it's patient-client privilege. And I heard this maybe about 5 years ago, you cannot expect in a government industrial school for girls that a senior member of staff expects girls to call him daddy. This is something I've heard from staff members, I've heard from students that were inmates that were there. You can't expect. That can't happen. Something is wrong when a senior member of the staff asks a girl or the girls to call him daddy. We have to take a serious look at who we hire for these institutions. Background checks everywhere, internet, computers, all that. Proper background checks. Even accusations I won't put in there. I would not put on a board. I'm not saying the board, no. I would not put on a board or a staff member or put a place as a staff member in institutions like that. And it happens, that's the reality, whether we choose to believe it or not. And as I said before, whether the staff is retired or still in practice, retirement can be a pass, cannot be a pass, and it often is. Boards need to be able to function. Politics has been a little bit of a shock to me, to be honest. I am basically now figuring out how it works. Boards need to be able to function. Boards need to be able to say, if for instance, an employee was recommended, boards need to be able, by government, boards need to be able to say, no, this person is not appropriate for this position. It can't be, do as they say, because you put people in danger at that point. Boards need to have the wherewithal to function properly and make decisions for these agencies, including this one. That's one of the things. It really bothers me. And I did, the Honorable Member for Christchurch East mentioned, he was a little upset that people were calling for the closure of the school. And I must admit, I was one of them. But my idea of closure is not to close the building and lock it up. My idea of closure, what I meant by closure was have a look at how it works. Stop it as it is, fix it, do something temporary, but relook the whole system. What's wrong with a padded room? We know that people come in there with issues, psychological, psychiatric issues. What's wrong with a padded room as opposed to a jail cell? Nothing is wrong with that. We look at, I don't mean necessarily physical building, which probably needs to be addressed to. We look at, I am told that students are now online since the whole COVID, which is great because a couple, maybe a year or two ago, I had mentioned that when Ministry of Education, year before, maybe last year, Ministry of Education is well with respect to, I forget what I was saying, when you get hot. But I have mentioned, education with respect to the schools, that they really did not have a proper curriculum. I am told now that that is better, and I appreciate it if that is so. But we need to bear in mind and think about institutionalization more so in terms of treatment than incarceration. These people, as I said, often come in with psychiatric issues, psychological issues, attention deficit disorder, but a lot of them come from homes where abuse is rampant, where incest is rampant. And apart from the rehabilitation of these clients, which is psychological care, psychiatric care, counseling, whatever you choose to call it or choose to put in place, we need to make preparations for when they exit. And I know that this has been an issue, not only in government industrial school, but I know it's a part of the child care board where you have a child to take him or her out of a home where it's alleged or proven abuse. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? They're rehabilitated and put back in the same home from which they came. Tell me how these children can end up in Dodds in a few years. Tell me. Or end up in Bush Hall or wherever the place is. Tell me how you can prevent that when you're putting them back in the same area from which they come, to get somebody to abuse them again. This has been happening. These things need to stop. And I agree with the ministers in here that says that ministries have to interlock and communicate, because we cannot have this happening in our beautiful Barbados. And I don't know. I really don't know how all of this stuff is happening. Integration, as I said, we need to look at how to integrate these children back into society. I remember Sterling's Children's Home had, what do you call it? The little houses that had transition housing?
Transition to independent living.
Thank you so much. I left my father and my mother's house when I was 34 years old. They no way would have left at 18 and know how to function out there. How do you expect a child to leave a children's home at 18 years old and know what to do? It can't be that hard to set up things like that. We have we have University of West Indies that's spilling out social workers, PhDs. You know, Mr. Speaker, why are we not using these people? They don't have to come from overseas. Ministry of Housing could take on something like that, where these people are guided in how to live, how to go to the bank, how to budget, how to cook, for God's sake, how to cook, how to patch a pants. These are things that people need to look at. Transition housing, I don't know what I would do as an 18-year-old in society. Certainly wouldn't be here. But that's one of the things we need to look at. That reintegration back into the normal society that these children can function, and a lot of them are bright. I see comments in the social media, which is now the new newspaper, where these children bad. No child is born bad in this world. They're bad because of circumstance in most cases. I mean, they're the one or two that don't fit into that category, but they're bad because of circumstances. And those kind of comments really disturb me. A child is not bad. They're made so, in my opinion. But this is just me speaking. We need to start listening to these children. Children don't often lie about abuse. It seldom happens. If a child tells you, as they will put it, somebody interferes with them, listen. I had a child some years ago, maybe I spoke about her in here. She was 13 years old and expected to pay a water bill. 13 years old. I reported it to Child Care Board. This is before this administration. I'm not pointing fingers here. For my friend, you don't see him, who says that it must not be controversial. But she was asked to pay a bill. I took it upon myself as a doctor to call the Child Care Board. Not hearing a follow-up, I called the officer who went. Oh, I went and spoke to the man and said, the girl, all right. End the story, end the investigation. I have no idea where this child is now. She wouldn't be a child, she would be an adult now. I don't know how many children she will have by now. We need to educate. Education is important. They need to know about contraception. They need to know how to prevent STDs. They need to know a lot of things you can use in these government industrial schools and children's homes. They need to live there as responsible citizens in the community. Since I have the time, and I do.
You do.
I do, a little bit. I only need 2 minutes.
2 minutes is good.
Good. I want to go back to the COVID thing. To say that for the most part, I think it was handled okay. What I'm pleased with is that the Barbados Association of Medical Practitioners is now a part of it. I think from the start they should have had a role. I'm glad that it's now a part of it. I think about the rollout with respect to the vaccine, and everything is new. Even when you buy a dress, sometimes it don't fit too good to put in a dart. And in this case, this is what must happen. The initial rollout for the initial vaccine, I'm not so sure how well it worked. There was crowding, or people who had appointments waited. I had one that waited for 5 hours standing up at a polyclinic. Another patient who had an appointment waited from 10 to 6 is 8 hours? Sunburned to the hilt. I think the new rollout needs to rethink some of these things. We have a lot of medical personnel, whether it be retired nurses, doctors, retired doctors, who are willing. I know doctors who had tried to volunteer twice to help with the program, and none of them were ever called. I think we should make this a community effort in terms of bringing out to the polyclinics. The schools are empty for now. I don't know what's happening soon from now. The schools are empty. I know some of these schools were used. There's nothing wrong. I work in Blaze Hill, as you all know. There's nothing wrong with me giving up 3 hours in my evening to walk across to the community center or the school to give vaccines. That will cover so many areas in such a quick fashion. More so now, you won't have the old people waiting in line. The appointment system, I'm not sure what happened there, but a few people up to now, I think, have not been called, the elderly, for their appointments. But we need to make it stricter in terms of second vaccine. You can't do much in terms of the timing now. But something needs to be done so that the elderly and vulnerable be vaccinated first. In this country, everybody gelled, everybody went in. Old people got left behind, some got in, young people things. So there's some older people now that have not yet got the vaccine, but I'm happy to see that what seems to be the majority of the population has agreed to have the vaccine. Proud of that. The numbers, we are now seeing what the numbers are looking like for positive cases, which to me is getting there. We need to stick to the protocols. Oh, that thing on CBC, I want to speak on that. What's it called? The party that you have on CBC? The stay-at-home party. Let me tell you about this stay-at-home party, right? This stay-at-home party, you stay home and I invite Tom, Dick, Harry, and everything from the next street. That's not going to prevent COVID. That's not going to prevent COVID. The alcohol, and you really can't drink alcohol with a mask on. The alcohol will reign. People are gathering with this program. I think CBC can be used for a better purpose than this. It is not helping with respect to COVID spread. And I know that. People are getting drunk, and when there's alcohol, there's foolishness. CBC can be used for better programming. That is not one of my, I am old. I tell some young lady came and tell me you're too old to understand it. But sometimes being old is more wisdom. And I think we need to have a look at that. Children are watching it, children are staying up despite the fact they have to go to school, and it is inviting crowds. The COVID unit does what it does, but I know, for instance, in one of my neighbor's constituency, they go in the area at certain times. So the community, the members of the community, football, all kind of thing, but then to look at the watch, the van coming just now. Can't do it so. You can't do it so. Mix up the times, keep an eye on people. I am encouraging the public to report circumstances like this. We have masks, we're giving out masks, use the mask, stick to the protocols. I'm happy to see that it hasn't, this morning it had improved in here. I'm happy to see that we are setting a good example. And maybe that will extend to the broader community, but so far so good. I am pleased with the effort at this point with respect to the COVID rollout. Mr. Speaker, I think that is all I had to really, that is really all I had to comment on so far. And I hope that that was not controversial in the least. So I will thank you, and I will now, I'm supporting the bill. Let me end by saying that. I will thank you and take my seat. Appreciate it.
Honourable member for St. John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every time, Mr. Speaker, that I rise with gratitude from those people in St. John who made it possible for me to be here today. Mr. Speaker, I fully support these estimates as I have done over the last couple of years, because the truth is that I continue to see how this government that I'm humbled to be a part of is benefiting the constituency of St. John. You know, I truly believe that St. John is rising, Mr. Speaker. After 50 or so years of neglect, after 50 years of hardly any representation, the constituency of St. John is rising. And I want to say thank you for a number of projects and initiatives that are happening in the constituency of St. John as a direct result, Mr. Speaker, of this government that I'm a part of. But before I start, I just want to say to the Minister of Sport, because for X amount of years I was in basketball, so I want him to make sure that when he's housing netball and volleyball, that he also pays some attention to basketball. Mr. Speaker, I want to salute the ministers in the Ministry of Agriculture, because this is one of the areas that I must say thank you on the behalf of the constituents in the constituency of St. John. Because for more than 10 years now, we had lands at Wakefield and Bathland that was just lying fallow. But today, Mr. Speaker, if you pass in those two areas, at Bath and at Wakefield, you will see a transformation where the ministers in the Ministry of Agriculture are now greening St. John at those two locations. So at Wakefield, I'm told it's an experimental project in order to ensure that we have the absolute best crops that are possible within this country. At Bath, Mr. Speaker, you will not recognize the transformation. Up to today, I receive a WhatsApp picture of what is happening at Bath in relation to those lands at Bath Plantation. But Mr. Speaker, even more so than that, I want to thank those two ministers within the Ministry of Agriculture because, Mr. Speaker, 50 acres of land is being made available to youngsters from the constituency of St. John to engage in farming at Wakefield Plantation. And this notion, Mr. Speaker, and you know, for 20 years I've worked in youth work, and this notion that all of those guys who we see on the blocks are hopeless, I prefer and I distance myself from that particular notion because a large percentage of these youngsters who will be farming at Wakefield are youngsters who you would see on some of the blocks in the constituency of St. John. And my intention is to walk with this particular group to the very end. I'm hoping to get them involved in the feed program that will benefit them at this particular location. And Mr. Speaker, plans are in train in the constituency to have a farmer's mark where these youngsters who are now getting involved in the agricultural sector will be able to play and to sell the produce that they produce at Wakefield and maybe in a situation at Bath. And I'm very, very pleased with the Ministry of Agriculture for what is happening in the constituency of St. John. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk again and I want to say thank you to the Minister and the Ministry of Housing because I was told only today that in less than 3 months, a housing development that was triggered by myself when I was at the Ministry of Housing will come to fruition at Tues, St. John, Mr. Speaker. It's the first time in decades that any such development is coming to the constituency of St. John. So I'm saying thank you again to this government and to the Minister of Housing for that. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to the Ministry of the Minister in NCC, Mr. Speaker, because I have an area in the constituency called Pool Woods that, for all intents and purposes, Mr. Speaker, in the not too distant future, this particular area will be transformed, hopefully, into another national park on the landscape in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I am grateful to this government on the behalf of the constituents of St. John. St. John is definitely, definitely rising. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to the Rural Development Commission because in the past, and I know now, that pit toilets and houses in the rural constituency of St. John are being fixed and people are able to have a certain level of dignity within the constituency of St. John. And I heard the Honorable Prime Minister indicating that one of her goals is to remove pit toilets from the landscape of Barbados, and I buy into that wholeheartedly. So I say thank you to them. Same ministry, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you for the 360 workers, as we call them, because the roads in St. John are now taking a totally different look as a result of the debushing program at that particular location. So I want to say thank you on the behalf of the constituents of St. John. The Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker, I again want to express my gratitude because we recently heard the minister indicating that the David Thompson complex, the clinic at the David Thompson complex in St. John will move first extended hours and then into 24 hours. So for those persons in the constituency, I am saying thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, substance abuse would have gone up a notch, but I'll come back to that. Mr. Speaker, the blue economy. I'm told plans are in train in this financial year to do some work at Concept Bay that has been in a state of disrepair for God knows how long. We have fishermen that I can only describe at that location that are being disrespected. They're using, Mr. Speaker, an old container that is now rusty for obvious reasons because it is next to the sea, and this is where they're asked to store their equipment and to eat and to relax. But Mr. Speaker, I'm told maybe this financial year change will come to Concept Bay, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, to this government because I'm told, and we know that very soon minimum wage will impact across this country. And I have individuals in the constituency who are working at gas stations, who are working in supermarkets, that will benefit in a tremendous way from this new process of a minimum wage. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful. At Bath and Welch, Mr. Speaker, we have persons who are engaged in farming. When I was at the Ministry of Housing again, I triggered a process of allowing those persons who were on the lands at Bath to be able to purchase those lots that they're on, Mr. Speaker. And I'm asking those individuals to make use of the opportunity and go ahead and purchase those lots at Bath and Welch. I am thankful. Mr. Speaker, we had a situation where the road was practically impassable at Clifton Hall, St. John, because of a major, major drainage problem at that particular locale. As I'm standing here this evening, Mr. Speaker, that particular problem is no more. So again, I want to thank this government for ensuring that what is happening in St. John is moving at a pace. Mr. Speaker, we were not left out from the vaccine process because we had two locations in the constituency of St. John, one at Mount Tabor and one at Lord School, where persons from within the constituency were able to go and have vaccines like any other location in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I fully support these estimates because I know that the constituents and the constituency of St. John are benefiting from a government that is caring, regardless of what persons would say. Mr. Speaker, I am eternally grateful to be working alongside the member for St. Michael West Central in the Ministry of Transport Works and Water Resources. Because it was mentioned before, Mr. Speaker, but the work that is being pushed in the ministry, and I don't need to speak for the minister because I know that he's well capable of articulating for himself. But I am riding shotgun in a ministry, Mr. Speaker, that is doing more work than we would have seen in 10 years across this country. And I mentioned just now, Mr. Speaker, the substance abuse, and I want to go back there because a ghostwriter on Facebook indicated that paving the road in Sherburne, Mr. Speaker, was a waste of government's money. And that can only be coming from a person, Mr. Speaker, who was smoking rum. So substance abuse is a serious thing in this country. Because when an individual could believe that paving a road is a waste of taxpayers' money, it is clear that we have a problem with substance abuse. And Mr. Speaker, if you happen to go on my Facebook page or my IG page, you would see a picture of a lady in her golden years using a stroller in the constituency, in the community of Sherburne, who's unable to use that stroller to exercise or to see the community for more than 15 years, Mr. Speaker. But someone believed that this government was wasting money, had to be smoking rum. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak a little bit now about, a little more about water because I know that water has been a bugbear for several constituencies, including mine, over the last couple of years. But Mr. Speaker, our focus at the Barbados Water Authority It's about creating a responsive and proactive workforce to facilitate the needs of our customers and stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, by doing that, we will enhance the customer experience when it comes to the Barbados Water Authority. For long, Mr. Speaker, we had a situation where the Eastern Corridor, St. John, St. Joseph, St. Andrew, St. Thomas, and to a lesser extent St. James, were impacted on a daily basis of water outages. As I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, that particular corridor is being sorted through the project at Vineyard, where we are looking to move approximately 2 million gallons of water per day to change what is happening in those areas that I identify. Mr. Speaker, I am familiar with the communities in St. Joseph as much as I'm familiar with the communities in St. John, because on a regular basis, the honorable member for St. Joseph would be messaging and calling in relation to problems that are happening within his constituency. So I want to assure those persons in the constituency of St. Joseph that help is on the way. We are close to completing the work at Mount Pleasant, where we are having 2 tanks being installed. Obviously, because of COVID, we were impacted as far as delays are concerned, but in short order, Mr. Speaker, we will have water going not only to the constituents of St. John, but that particular eastern corridor that I mentioned. Mr. Speaker, I also need to speak to the honorable member for St. Peter, because he too, on a regular basis, is agitating on the behalf of constituents in relation to water outages and problems that are happening in the north of the island. And to address that, we are looking to put 2 desal plants in the northern sector of the country. One is supposed to go in St. Lucie at Colleton, the other one is supposed to go at Mullins. And what is happening with these water augmentation projects is that the end result is to ensure that the honorable member for St. Peter's constituency is taken care of in terms of having a daily supply of water for persons in Boscobel who are really being impacted by water outages, who are being impacted with brown water, not only in St. Peter, but the honorable member of St. Lucie. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, plans are in train for a major mains replacement in the northern sector of the country, because we understand that those mains were in place in some cases for more than 50, 60 years. So as a result of that, we have a situation where the mains are now pushing out brown water. And the fact that every day or every week we can see a burst in the constituency of St. Peter and St. Lucie, more so, we believe that we need to take care of a major mains replacement in that particular area. We're looking, Mr. Speaker, at approximately 40 kilometers of main replacement at that particular location. And we know for a fact that if we can do that, then we will regularize what is happening in the constituencies of St. Peter and St. Lucie. Mr. Speaker, we are servicing 110,000 customers at the Barbados Water Authority. 6,000 are commercial and 104,000 are domestic. And it is a struggle. As a result, maybe of COVID and other cases, our cash receipts are down 16.3%, Mr. Speaker, but we are pressing on. For the first time, BWA, we did not go back to central government for subvention in the last 3 years. And before I complete, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to you and this House that I want to salute those workers, management and staff at the Barbados Water Authority, because every day, every single day, they're turning up, Mr. Speaker, to solve issues and to solve problems that we are having at the Barbados Water Authority as it relates to solving issues. Are we there yet, Mr. Speaker? No, but we will get there. It is a case of making sure that at every turn, Mr. Speaker, water is provided for those 110,000 households. Mr. Speaker, I spoke in the well about Christchurch, so I will just briefly go over that in relation to what is happening at Gibbons, the fact that the elevation of Gibbons and the source at Providence is impacting the water flow at that area in peak times. So the solution there, Mr. Speaker, is to move water now from Sunrise to the area which is at a higher elevation. So in peak time, there will not be any major problems for those persons who are in the Gibbons area. Mr. Speaker, we have just received 2 additional tankers. And again, as I stand here speaking, we are actually painting those tankers to ensure that to buttress any outages that we might have over the Easter break. We're expecting, I believe, another 9 or so come July that will then have a fleet that we are looking to ensure that we can do schedule delivery if necessary across this island. We continue, Mr. Speaker, to work every single day to ensure that the issues are fixed. We understand that customer care is paramount, and training is being put in place to ensure that those individuals who you see on the ground delivering water, because they interact with the public more than anyone else. And the delivery of service is something that we're hoping to ensure is at absolute peak. Mr. Speaker, I understand that we are crunching time, and I hope that in my presentation this evening that I would have shed some light to the honorable member for St. Joseph, to St. Lucie, and to St. Peter in relation to what is being planned to fix the problems that you're having within your own constituency. And I, Mr. Speaker, I am not outside of the loop, because I have also been having those issues in St. John. And contrary to what, like I said, those people who are using the substance are saying, I still live in the constituency of St. John. So I am feeling the same pressure as every single household who is being impacted, and hence the reason why I feel there's a need for me to ensure that we can fix this and fix it in the quickest possible time. You know, I can't speak anymore in relation to what is happening in terms of the road network. I believe that our ministry, the honorable member for St. Michael West Central and I, that we are probably doing more capital work than any other ministry this financial year and the past financial year. And we will continue to do that, because we are acutely aware of what it is and what is necessary to come to work every single day to ensure that those persons who put us here are satisfied with the production. So, Mr. Speaker, as I close, I want to say again, on the behalf of the constituents of St. John, I want to thank this government that I am humbly a part of, and I believe that we will only go from strength to strength. I believe that the constituency of St. John will continue to rise as we move forward. And I want to say to those constituents in St. John to hold on. It is impossible for us to do everything at one point in time. Roads will come. The minister and I are not like previous ministers where it is alleged that 19 roads were done in a particular constituency. Mr. Speaker, we are spreading the work. We're ensuring that all of our colleagues at some point in time are facilitated, and that roads, that we touch every single constituency. That is the focus. For the honorable member, the honorable opposition leader, we will sort you too, sir, because your constituents are part of this country, and our intention is not to leave anyone behind. So we are facilitating the needs and the aspirations of everyone, not only in St. Michael, West Central, or St. John, but the whole island, sir. So rest assured that, like I said, we will do what is necessary. I want to again impress on those members for St. Lucie, St. Peter, and St. Joseph who are impacted just as much as I am, that we are working to solve the issues. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable Member for St. Philip West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to support these estimates also. I really was not going to speak, Mr. Speaker, but I am compelled to do so after listening very carefully to a number of my colleagues. And I think it is important that I not stand here to rehash all the things that have already been said, but to speak directly to the people of this country. Because social media has become a place where people can hide behind words that they type and say all sorts of things about who is capable of running the country, who can and who cannot do this and who cannot do the third. And oftentimes, when I read a lot of the things that I see and I see the comments, I ask myself one simple question. Is it me or is it the people who are writing these things? Am I living in an alternate universe? Because the things that I see bear no relation to the reality of what I'm seeing. And what made me get up to speak is the honorable member for St. Philip North spoke about the need for us to do some sort of psychological examination of people going into certain fields in this country. And I thought that this would be a good time for us to do a psychological examination on those who held office and were in this place prior to 2018. Because these are the same people and their cohort, so to speak, who will be very soon criticizing and trying to make what has been done so far seem as if it was total nonsense. So I want to examine a few things. When the honorable member for St. Philip South spoke about agriculture and the things that he has done, it took me back to looking at what I saw in another time with the other persons. Now, I'm not a psychologist by profession, anything like that, but I think that having been in different parts of my life working in social work and doing anything, that I can recognize when a person is bordering on insanity. And I'll give you a classic example, Mr. Speaker. We've come to this place, and the honorable member who holds the Ministry of Beautification and the Environment is now working overtime to rid this country of something we call river tampering. Now, Mr. Speaker, I hear people saying nothing is happening in agriculture. Food production is up, all sorts of things are happening. But the last administration had people who were planting more river tampering all over this country than anything else. Not food, not sugarcane, river tampering. You got river tampering in the gullies. River tampering where they should have had cane and sweet potatoes. In fact, if you walk across the country and you have seen any dilapidated buildings, river tampering growing up through them too. You go down, yes, you're right. Go down to Glendale Prison, river tampering growing up through there too. All through the roof. You're right. But yet these are people who are out on the road, going in shops, visiting in people's ear, trying to get people to believe that this present administration has done nothing at all for the advancement or the betterment of people in this country, and that these estimates represent nothing. Now, somebody will got to help me to try to understand what is the correlation between growing river tamarind, and feeding people. What is the correlation between building a whole set of houses in a program called HELP and leaving them to rot? Nobody can get into them. They're rotting away. This administration had to come and repair and do all sorts of things. Mr. Speaker, if that is not the epitome of madness, well, I don't know what it is. Because in my estimation, if you build houses, they are for people to go into them to live. You don't build things and leave them to rot. But it's a waste of money, it's a waste of time, it's a waste of energy. You don't plant river tamarind all over the place to just run wild like bush. I was hearing about this wonderful program to use it as energy. Nothing happened. So now, this administration has to take on the cleaning of the country by removing the same river tamarind. And you are asking me to accept that these shadows on social media have the unmitigated, help me. I want to choose my words good. Gall. To raise their heads to keep noise about anything that this administration is doing. And you have people telling you that they can't wait to see them again. Well, something we got to be wrong. From the time I was a little boy, I always know Barbadian people to be smart and to be wise and to know exactly who's telling the truth and who is doing otherwise. And your eyes don't deceive you. And all of the ministries across all of them, there were no buses, you got buses. There were no garbage cans, no garbage trucks or collection, you have that. People at the bottom of the ladder got increases in pensions. You have care packages coming out to ensure that people can eat during this time that is exceptionally hard and unusual for us. You get roads being repaired, even though we are in an IMF program. And may I say homegrown by ourselves, put together by our own minds. And you still have people on social media and in other places trying to make the world, not just us, because social media opens up to the whole world, that what you have is a bunch of people in here wasting time or just occupying space. Yet the people who are saying these things cannot show you anything that would have happened for 10 years of another administration's tenure. And it's time that we got to get real. Because if all of these things can happen in a time where you're trying to rescue an economy, you are hit with the ravages of a pandemic, one that only God knows when it will be over. Because basically, none of us know. There's a lot of uncertainty around the world. Every time you look, the science is telling you different things all the time. We know that life, as we knew it, has changed and will not go back to what it used to be at all. We got to get used to that. But you also got to get real about where you are and where you stand in this struggle. And I heard the honorable member for St. Philip North speak about some of the problems that the society has. But if we are going to speak truthfully about a lot of things that we are talking about, we have a problem with parenting in this country. We don't want to talk about it because it can get dicey. But, Mr. Speaker, I am accustomed to getting dicey. And I'm accustomed to getting land-based left, right, and center in this country for years when I go over my mouth. But the problems that a lot of the children face, it start with them. It never does. So if we talk about training, well, parenting got to come as part of the parcel in terms of trying to help our young people to navigate life. But if we have a situation where parents give up their responsibilities or refuse to seek help in dealing with certain issues, and the children find themselves in places like government, industrial school, or otherwise, you have to go to the root cause of the problem. And I'm not saying that everything, I work there and I listened to the program the other day and I hear people saying John King worked there, so John King should advise the government as to what to do. And I think, I was amazed. Because these is the same people that said John King Calypso and the United States. But it changed when it suit you. Now he can advise government on how to deal with government and industrial school. But in 2018, going into the election, you're a complete fool. Then in school, we two things don't add up. The two things don't add up. Make it in mind which one it is. But I digress. But I get back to these estimates. Everybody knows the story, but some people got convenient memories. The reason why the Barbadian public went to the polls in 2018 and did what they had to do wasn't because they didn't like nobody or they got any axe to grind with anybody. They needed to save all of us from imminent death, Mr. Speaker. Imagine if you may, or in fact, I don't want to give you all nightmares in here today, but think about it. If the last set of people that was in here had to manage us through this pandemic, the same way that they managed the economy of this country for 10 years, how many of you believe that you will be in here today to even speak? In fact, I dare say that Barbados might probably have gone down in history as the greatest tragedy of people dying in one place, in one time. We will be in the history books. The same way that the Greeks and the Romans and all write about the tragedies and all the things that happened, Barbados would have been one too. Because you had people who came here with the wrong intentions. Start wrong and wrong. For all of my years, I've never seen anything that start wrong and right. Never seen it yet. Start wrong and wrong. And so we're having a conversation where every single minister, every single one, from day one, working morning, noon, night, weekends, no time to rest, all sorts of things to bring this country to the point where it is today. Yes, COVID-19 has been a setback. Everybody knows that. But you have subcommittees of cabinet dealing with it, and I want to take the opportunity to thank them for the work that they've been doing, thank the members of the healthcare community and for all the work that they've been doing. I also want to take the time to talk to some of the people that out there that don't care how you beg them, don't care how you plead, don't care how you put out notices, find it necessary to go against everything that science is saying. And then you want to know why you will got problems with getting people vaccinated. But if you will stop in house and keep from up inside people's face and keep your numbers down, you won't got such people running to try to get vaccines at the same time. But it's simple common sense things, it's no rocket science. So sometimes you got to stop and look in the mirror and ask yourself, how am I contributing to this country? Are my actions, are my words, are the things that I put onto, is it helping? Is it productive or is it counterproductive? And at this juncture, yeah, we know it's politics. But the best interests of this country and the people that make it up must come before politics. And there's a time and a place for everything. But I heard one of the members talk about fake news. And for me, the language that we have to use here sometimes is so sanitized that people don't get it. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, what kind of a mind will constantly be on Facebook or Instagram or anything at all and just putting up untruths about all sorts of things to cause panic, to cause people to make bad decisions based on the fact that you figure that by doing it, you get a vote? But that's madness. So you think that when the whole country goes down, that by some miraculous thing, that you're going to escape? Now, I'm not saying that people don't have a right to criticize. They do. And the thing is, we are all human beings. This government will not get everything right. It is impossible. But if you have the best interest, what is your intentions? If you have the best interest of the people at heart, any mistakes that you make can be corrected. Anything that you didn't do as well as it should have been can be done. But my grandmother used to tell me when I was small that sometimes when people tell a lie on you, it's hard to get it off. And she always say, if they put a good lie on you, you can't get over it. It catches root and it becomes the truth if you don't respond. And too often, we allow a lot of things that people say to just go by, thinking, well, you know what? It ain't true, and so therefore, it will work itself out. Sometimes it does not. And you have to refute the nonsense and press on with the goal. And the goal is to rescue this country that all of us love. It's to rescue this country that has given all of us sitting down inside here everything that we have. And if you look around the world, Barbadians got a good life compared to a lot of places. They got a good life. And a good life with what? We ain't got the minerals, we ain't got oil, we got all these fancy things that other people have. This that we can give to the rest of the world. We got each other though. Got each other. And the day that you forget that is the day you can pack it up. Because B's, D's, NDP, Breadfruit Party, what we ones that come in, will not be able to save it. So I say that, Mr. Speaker, because oftentimes we allow niggling thing called politics to cloud our judgment. We can't cloud mine. Because if I ain't here and something wrong, I will get it said wrong. And who get vexed? All at you. All at you. But when it right, I going down with the shit. And what's happening now? He right. It is right as right could be. And what is needed is the support of the general public for the things that we're trying to do and trying to accomplish on behalf of the people that gave us the mandate to do it. You got to shut out the naysayers. And I've said it before and I've said it again. The day that you cannot identify antisocial personalities and you allow them to get into places where they can do the most damage, they will do it. And we have clear evidence of that already. We ain't going back there, Mr. Speaker. So all the noise that out there, and all the complaining, and all the, oh, we could do this, and the cabinet too big, and the next thing, the third, I say to you, my colleagues, do not respond or get a knee-jerk reaction to those types of comments. Stay focused. Because at the end of the day, I don't want at any juncture, any time in my life, that any Calypsonian has to sing a song like, Captain, the ship is sinking. For Barbados. Not at all. And at least not when this government running things. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that time is short, and I don't want to take up too much of it, but I thought that it is important that at least someone has the tenacity to carry this conversation in a different direction. All of the ministries are working. All of the plans that are there are for the betterment of our people. This is the underlying thing. And like I said before, will it all be to what everybody wants? Can you satisfy every person? No, you can't. You can only work with what you have inherited and what you have. And what we have before us is like, in my estimation, and for the years that I've been on this planet, unlike anything that we have seen before. I believe, Mr. Speaker, people who are way older than myself may be able to talk about things that I don't know about. But I can speak from the 60s and come up. The closest thing to anything like this would have been the oil crisis, which I had a chance to live through and see for myself. But this is unprecedented. And so what it requires now is all hands on deck and everybody moving with a sense of urgency and with a sense of cooperation. And I will repeat again, this does not mean that one should not criticize or point out things that may not be happening as best as you need that. But what you can do without, Mr. Speaker, is the downright mistruths or bending of the truth or the utterance of people who are strangers to the truth to sidetrack, to distract, and distort what is being done. And as the Honorable Member for St. Lucie said, 2+ years, not even 3 yet. And a number of things have been accomplished in a short space of time against all the odds. Now if people do not get it, or if people can't see it for what it is, there is absolutely nothing that any person in this room can do. But the one thing that we must never do is to allow naysayers to confuse you, to get you off track, to cause you to make bad decisions, because that is what they are about to start off with. and you have to be able to identify them. And I say and I say this before I close. This country has come a long, long way. This country has been able to sustain itself with little resources, and I have to be honest, two major political parties have done well, all except the one version of the other party, which is, I've said it before, is an anomaly, but it's an anomaly that you cannot allow to surface again. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you, and I lend my support to this. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I promised that I wouldn't keep the chamber long, but I did feel it was important for me to express some words in this debate, both in terms of my ministerial portfolio, but also, sir, in terms of the people of St. Joseph and the constituency of St. Joseph, whom I represent, and to whom I owe tremendous debt of gratitude for giving me that honor. Permit me to begin by trying to set a little historical context. Sir, in 1958, Martin Luther King uttered some words which are now inscribed on his statue in Washington, D.C., and are credited as perhaps being his most profound expression of an idea, and also credited as being among the most profound by anybody. Martin Luther King said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in times of challenge and controversy." And I make bold to say, Mr. Speaker, that that statement in many ways epitomizes what this administration has had to deal with since coming to government just shy of 3 years ago. Yes, we had the benefit and still have the benefit of an absolutely overwhelming majority. That speaks to the expectation that the people have in us and to the confidence that they have in us. But we have to acknowledge that at every step of the way, we've had to ask ourselves, is this a moment of comfort? And our answer invariably has been no. Is this a moment of convenience? Our answer invariably has been no. And I well recollect, and the Prime Minister referred to it yesterday when she spoke about the first 8 or 9 days after we won the government. And in fact, on the day following the election, I think you would all remember that I don't think any of us slept election night. And the Prime Minister and I were sworn in, she as Prime Minister and me as Attorney General, at around 11 that morning, and by 12 we were at government headquarters beginning to wrestle with the specter, the grotesque debt situation that this country had found itself in. But that was not something that was capable of daunting us, because we prepared for it. And we set about negotiating the restructuring of our debt, not knowing, Mr. Speaker, not knowing that something called coronavirus 19 was around the corner, perhaps only 18 months away. There was no reason why we would have anticipated that. We took the view that we needed to restructure our debt, and we did, and that would have allowed Barbados sufficient fiscal space to meet the many international benchmarks that we had to meet, but that it would also allow us to reposition our economy. And for the first time in a decade, to begin that exercise of creating a better life for Barbadians. But it was not to be. And COVID came around a corner and blindsided us at the end of one financial year and at the start of another. What was our response in that moment of anxiety and discomfort, and for some peril? Our response was that we needed to determine how we could resist the buffeting storms in the coming 12 months. And we had a meeting, the leader of the opposition was present, we had the social partnership, all of the various people who had the Democratic Labour Party was represented, and we outlined what we were going to do. The last 12 months, Mr. Speaker, has been far, far from easy. There have been times of challenge and, yes, of controversy. The COVID pandemic has caused us to lose a huge amount of our economy, a vast amount of our revenue. It has caused unemployment to increase. It has had an impact on every single aspect of Barbadian existence. But through the last year, sir, of buffeting, of stormy seas, to use that particular analogy, this administration stayed the course, and we steered the course. And at every turn, we kept the people of Barbados at the center. So at a time, sir, when other people might have despaired and sent home people and all kinds of things, we sought to keep a hand on the economy and make sure that Barbadians could still get affordable housing. We made sure, Mr. Speaker, that our educational system, even though we had challenges, worked. And what did we do? At a time when the last administration, without doubt, Mr. Speaker, would have cut costs, we gave our students tablets. That's what we did. We gave our students tablets and said, despite whatever might beset us, your education must not suffer any more than absolutely necessary. That is where we stood, Mr. Speaker, in a moment of challenge and controversy. And only months ago, I think we bought another 6,000 or 8,000 tablets to make sure that those who didn't get any first rounds were still able to access the technology. Mr. Speaker, despite the challenges, we have continued the work at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital on the new emergency, well, we call it the casualty. Everybody know when say go the casualty, you know what I mean. On the new A&E. That work, sir, has not stopped, it has continued. And far from cutting costs, Mr. Speaker, by eliminating various projects, I stand here today as a proud member of Parliament who has finally been able to deliver to the people of my constituency a beautifully refurbished outpatient clinic at Horsell. And the member for St. Andrew, the honourable member for St. Andrew, stands here equally proud because he has been able to deliver a much larger and better outpatient clinic in Belplain. And both of these, sir, both of these being refurbished and expanded to take account of the various COVID protocols. So we're making sure that notwithstanding the challenges, that our health care is not affected. Yes, Mr. Speaker, our standard of living has been challenged, but what did this administration do in its moment of challenge and crisis? we determined, Mr. Speaker, that the most vulnerable families were to benefit, that the most vulnerable families would not be left to the vagaries of a difficult time. We decided, Mr. Speaker, to provide crash programs for jobs. And our most recent effort is the distribution of, I think, near by now, 80,000 care packages to every single deserving Barbadian to make sure that people had an opportunity to provide a decent meal on the table. Now, Mr. Speaker, none of us were party to these decisions because we felt that they would bring some grandeur to our efforts, that they were going to elevate us above any previous politician or political party. We did those things because we understood the nature of the perils that our constituents face. What do you expect, Mr. Speaker, when 20 or 30,000 hotel workers have had to be laid off? You know, I know what the last administration would have done. I may not know the specifics of it, but I would bet you anything, sir, that they would not have made investments in into the hotel sector to try to bring hotel workers back to work. We provided the best program. We did all kinds of things to make sure that instead of just paying out severance payment, we could assure people the dignity of being able to show up for work, whether it was every day of the week or perhaps just 4 or 5 days of the week, sir. But the businesses stayed open. This has been a difficult time. But the benefit of social media and the international media, perhaps, is that today we also recognize that Barbados is not in it alone. These kinds of challenges are being faced by every single nation in the world. But I know, Mr. Speaker, that when I look in the eyes of Barbadians, that they feel a sense of pride when they look at how we have managed the last 12 months. Mr. Speaker, you watch CNN every day, and you sense almost the panic that grips cities like New York and so on, and people are dying, and you're seeing the videos of bodies being piled into trenches, and you're seeing trucks being opened that had bodies stored in them. At no time has this administration reached that state or any state of despair. At every moment, we consulted, we made decisions that we felt were in the best interest of Barbadians, and we did what we had to do. So, Mr. Speaker, we've come out of a year where our economy is much smaller now than it was when we began. I think the figure given is $2 billion. $2 billion. And you know, Mr. Speaker, that is enough to frighten most people. But fear is not necessarily a bad thing. The question is what you do with that fear. I well remember the last decade before we came back to government, sitting in the estimates and listening to the false praise and the platitudes. You know, I remember these speeches well. Every single one began and ended with, I would like to congratulate the Honorable Minister of Finance for having done such a wonderful job in the last year. Every speech began and ended with that. It was almost as if it was a choreographed exercise where each one of them had to offer empty flattery to their Minister of Finance in the hope that somehow it would bring Barbadians along with them. And it might have worked for the first 2 or 3 or 4 years. It may have worked in the first term. But there was a point in time, Mr. Speaker, when those empty, flattering comments were recognized as being smoke and mirrors. Because you congratulate somebody for a job well done when you can see that the job was well done, has been well done. But there was no evidence of any job having been well done. None. Mr. Speaker, I represent a constituency that suffered for lack of water with a special acuteness from the year 2016. We are meeting in a parliament, by the way, that only 3 years ago you would have had to be sanitizing as you walked in off of the street, not because of COVID, but because there was a good chance that you were walking in raw sewage. But I am seeing that despite the difficulties, this administration, despite the challenges, this administration is well on the way to bringing water to my constituents. It has been a long journey. It has been hard, and I know that when I tell you it's coming soon, you get a little impatient. But the miles, or perhaps I should say kilometers, of drains are just about complete. The reservoirs are going in, just a little bit more to go, and we hope that in a few weeks, by May, the project will be finished. Now, Mr. Speaker, think about that. Think about an administration that in the middle of a COVID pandemic, where your economy is shrinking by $2 billion, you still recognize that the people come first and that you must provide the necessities for their very existence. So despite that, at the time when I know the Dems would have jettisoned any thought of water in St. John and St. Joseph and St. Andrew and St. Thomas, though probably for political reasons, we remain committed and found a way to dedicate that revenue. I have roads in St. Joseph that have not seen Barbara Green, sir, in 10 years. In 10 years. And this administration, with an economy that has shrunk, is finding the resources to put those roads in. And in St. Philip, and in St. Thomas, and in St. Michael, we are fixing a highway, Highway 1, at a time when our economy is shrinking, that the last administration did not even consider to be worthwhile. So, Mr. Speaker, I am proud of our stewardship over the last year, and I am proud of how we have stood as individuals, demonstrating character and demonstrating commitment. But I'm also proud of how we have stood as the stewards of an administration on behalf of the people. The police force did not suffer any deficit or any lack of funding or resources because of a contraction in our economy. Far from that. We found a way to make sure that they got more. And that has happened across virtually every avenue of government. And now, Mr. Speaker, we are at the cusp of a new financial year. And the question is, well, you managed last year. What can we expect now? Mr. Speaker, we have prepared a set of estimates that are predicated on our financial reality. And across every ministry, we have had to make decisions about what our priorities will be. And in a way, perhaps I don't want to say I am lucky or luckier than anybody else. But, Mr. Speaker, the first call on our economic resources, and we've settled this in our Covenant of Hope, we settled it in our manifesto, our first call on state resources will be for citizen safety and security. So we are not, never mind that things are going to be difficult. We're not going to be sacrificing in these estimates, in our spending, any part of citizen safety and security, because come what may, Barbados must be a safe haven for Barbadians. Now, you don't just get to that point. How do you manage to get this done with a $2 billion drop in the economy? We've all had to make sacrifices along the way. Yes. And there are some projects that I would have liked my ministry to continue to do as Attorney General, and I know that every other minister here, I mean, you know, foreign affairs has been hard hit because, you know, trying to negotiate the most complex of things by Zoom. When you really know that you want to look a person in his face and say, well, you know, I feel you, I understand where you're coming from, and this is our position, and come up with something and shake hands afterwards. You really want to do that, but you can't. Our Minister of Tourism would have loved to have been able to throw open the shores of Barbados and make sure that tourists come and benefit from all that is Barbados. But we can't. But what we can do, in every instance, Mr. Speaker, is to see how best we can manage our resources to achieve the greatest benefit for Barbadians with a minimum of friction and a minimum of waste. The next 12 months will not be easy. But none of our major projects have been sacrificed. Not one. Because those are the things that are going to stand Barbados in a good stead as we get out of this. You know, somebody said to me that in the next election, the Barbados Labour Party needs to fight to get its own term. Because in many respects, we are still dealing with things that are hanging over from the last administration. Mr. Speaker, we are paying people's tax refunds, even though we lost $2 billion. We are paying people back their VAT refunds. The Student Revolving Loan Scheme is continuing to serve students. The life of Barbadians, the lives have been affected in a devastated way by COVID, Mr. Speaker. We have lost now 40 individuals. But by staying steady with our hands on the rudder, we have been able to navigate a year's worth of waters, and we stand ready to navigate the coming year. Mr. Speaker, we are in many respects in uncharted territory. And, you know, some of that is being tested in the courts now in relation to our COVID directives. And let me say at the outset that any democracy must welcome challenges by its citizens, and they must not feel that those challenges can only come by way of an election ballot. This is the Trinidadian Society is known for a tremendous number of public law cases where the citizens are saying the way in which you did this is wrong, or what you did is wrong. But it has served not just to produce a large body of jurisprudence for us lawyers, but it has served, Mr. Speaker, to help the Trinidadian society to maintain a certain level of functionality within the law. And perhaps one of the failings in Barbados over the years is that not enough people have been willing to bring the government to court. Now, you may think that's strange coming from an attorney general, but I know that when we were in opposition, there were things that we saw that the government was doing wrong, and we struggled to find somebody to bring a case, because nobody wanted to step forward and say, I put the government in court. Because they all worried that should worse come to worse, they'd be victimized. So I compliment the individuals who have filed those cases in court to challenge what we've done. I'm sure that what we have done will pass muster when the court cases are heard, but it demonstrates, Mr. Speaker, that citizens have an important voice. And every time somebody says to me that as Attorney General I should make sure that people get locked up for longer, or that this should happen, and I keep saying to them, there's something called the separation of powers. And somehow they don't like it when I say can't do, but they like it when somebody puts the government in court. You know, the doctrine of separation of powers, and you may think that I am digressing a little bit. I don't think so. The doctrine of separation of powers goes as far back as philosophers like Locke and Montesquieu. And you know why it was so important? They said that the people who make the law cannot be relied on to enforce it. Because if they're relied on to enforce it, they may exempt themselves from the consequences of their own wrongdoing. So as Attorney General, I am happy when I see individuals challenge what we're doing. This has been a difficult time for Barbados and Barbadians, and a lot of what we have imposed on them have been uncomfortable. I mean, the notion that you can't go out. I mean, as a teenage boy, you know, I really mean the member for St. Lucie. I'm sure that when his mother said, you can't go or get back in here by 6 o'clock. You know, and in some form of fashion, we've had to deal with those things. But they felt uncomfortable to you then because they were restricting your freedom. How much more uncomfortable is it now that you are a grown man representing a constituency of 7,000 voters, 24,000 people, and the government says you can't leave the house? Or if you want to take care of your stock, you got to go after 6. You can't go before 6. Or somebody's going to come and do X, Y, Z. These are uncomfortable things. I am happy that Barbados has not had to do like Trinidad and Jamaica and impose curfews on our citizens in non-COVID times. But this discomfort that you feel and that I feel are having our rights, yes, our rights circumscribed, is exactly the kind of thing that we must tolerate for the greater good of Barbadians. Mr. Speaker, we are now a year into one form of COVID restriction or another. I remember last year in April, somebody, my sister, my mother, somebody would call and say, how many numbers we had today, Dale? And I would say, man, we had 2. And there was a panic as though the world was crashing in on us because we had 2 COVID cases. And then we reached the point where we would go a week without any. And then that 1 week became 2, and 2 weeks became 3, and then months. And we looked back and we said, good Lord, in a year we only got 60-something total COVID or whatever that figure was. And 2020 came to an end. And now today, the results for yesterday show that we had 16, and 8 the day before. And only a few weeks back, we were getting 200. And more people were going into Harrison Point than were coming out. Where do we stand as a government in times of challenge and discomfort? There's nothing that the last administration had to deal with that could ever bring them anywhere close to what we have had to deal with. Nothing, Mr. Speaker. But we have come through thus far a shining example, not just in the region, but in the world in terms of how we deal with this. As at today, 62,000 people have been vaccinated. The Minister of Health is a little grayer than he was a year ago. I am a little grayer than I was a year ago. We have all seen our circumstances change before our very eyes. Not all for the bad, sir. I have become an expert farmer. I am planting everything now. Not everything. I'm finding that I'm enjoying it. And perhaps, Ms. Agriculture, that is one of the upsides of the COVID, because Barbadians are now becoming kinder and gentler towards each other, but focusing equally on self-reliance, especially in areas of agriculture. But the point is, sir, this time of challenge calls for an administration that has proven its worth over the last years, and an administration that has a clear vision of where we need to take our people. Yes, this estimates exercise is about approving our budget. It is. And for many, it's just about numbers. But for me, Mr. Speaker, I don't see it as just a budget. I don't see it as just numbers. I see this budget as a declaration of hope and commitment on the part of this administration. As an individual who has, as a lawyer, have had to deal with many clients over the years who have had setbacks, who have had to change business plans and so on, I can tell you that some of those people, instead of despairing and throwing in the towel, they hunker down, and they're still here today. And this administration, Mr. Speaker, has hunkered down, and we will still be here tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, there are, of course, the naysayers who will find everything possible to criticize about what we're doing. But you know what? Throughout the responses, and there really haven't been many, and those that there were have not been very decisive, throughout those responses, not a single one of those individuals has been able to challenge the fundamentals and the economic principles on which we base this book of numbers. They can't. And perhaps that is the best signal of all, because when a person is opposing what you're doing but speaks in generalities and all kinds of imprecise terms and so on, and cannot tell you, you are doing this wrong, then that is encouraging, Mr. Speaker, because you understand that they're opposing you for the sake of opposing you only. I remember when we were in opposition, Mr. Speaker, we said to the last administration, this is what you are doing wrong. They poo-pooed it. I remember well the former Prime Minister said but he said about the no confidence motion, but then you heard it every other week, that what we're saying should be punished with laughter. That was their approach. Not to take anything that we were saying seriously, but in every instance, we were looking at the fundamentals and saying, you are going in the wrong direction. Not a single one of those commentators over last week, has been able to say to this administration, you are wrong on the fundamentals. You are making this error or you're making that error. Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, because I think I only have 2 minutes to go. As I wind up, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be in a party that over the last year, over the last 2 years plus, we've not shown any hubris. We have not felt that we were important while the people were unimportant. Everything that we have done in the last 12 months and everything that we will do in the next 12 months were and will be people-centered, because we were elected here in a strange way, running a country. You know, when I campaigned, when you campaigned, and you, Mr. Speaker, you didn't say to anybody in your constituency, vote for me, because we can run the country better. You said, vote for me, because I will be a good representative. That's why we went to the people, you know, to better represent their interests. It so happens that part and parcel of better representing those interests is what puts us in a position to be able to make decisions about how we will go, how we will run the economy. The one thing leads inexorably to the other. But I remind myself every day, I did not canvass and tell anybody in St. Joseph, vote for me as your next Attorney General. I said, vote for me because I will be a good representative. I think I'm doing a pretty decent job so far. You hope. Mr. Speaker, every single person in here has said to his constituents, I will be a good representative. An important part of being a good representative is so being able to manage an economy in circumstances of challenge and controversy, and make sure that the lives of every single one of them is better than it was the day before and the year before. So I thank Martin Luther King for giving me that context, because none of us have been able to get a good night's sleep in months, maybe in years, because every single day we've had to deal with the ghosts of the past and the challenges of the present. But those are the things that strengthen us, and those are the things, Mr. Speaker, that establish the measure of every single one of us in this chamber. And I am proud to call every single one of them my friend, my brother, my sister, and the best representatives that this country has ever seen. I'm obliged to you. You want to go now or you want to break? Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now 5-minute pauses.
Suspend?
Yes, suspend for 5 minutes.
Question that this honorable chairman be suspended for 5 minutes. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honorable chairman stands suspended for 5 minutes.